Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and it is time for the end of Seekers of the Sun, the final chapter in this fantastic long-form Enclave recorded mission series. If you've watched all the way through, thank you so much for doing so, but let us dive in to the beginning with a brief overview of our players. Take it away, beginning with Chase.
How's it going? My name is Chase. I'm going to be playing Chadwyn, and I've been playing Enclave for probably like 6 to 7-ish months.
Yeah, and Mary.
Hi, my name is Mary. I've been playing Enclave for 2 years now,
Close.
and it's a good vibe.
And lastly.
Hi. My name is Avalon. I've been playing Enclave for, I don't know, a few months. When was our first game, Robbie?
Actually, it was like over a year ago. Can you believe it?
No.
Yeah, on DDG.
I don't believe it.
It
I
was.
need to see receipts. That's wild. But yeah, I mean, otherwise I've been playing D&D for years, of course. So.
Marvelous.
But yeah.
It's great having you all. I cannot think of a better group for this final one, though I can think of many that would come close. Let us hear about your characters, beginning with Chadwyn.
Yeah, so Chadwyn is a wanderer. He's kind of in his mid-20s. He's kind of like a hippie hiker kind of guy. He has long hair. Very into his like rocks and stones and energies and vibes, and he's just here to have a good time. Yeah,
Absolutely. His relevance will become very apparent very soon. Next, Siri, and tell us about her connections to this bit of world building.
Yeah, I'm playing Siri. I've played her a few times on recorded missions before. She's an illusionist. She loves pink, and she recently is engaged, which happened entirely off the recorded missions. But she's engaged to the king of the questing realms. His name is Chet, and they're having a great time. So that's gonna probably come up.
Exceptional.
Pretty wild series of coincidences that led to that one. And finally, Rhiannon and her connections to this particular bit of world building.
Yeah, so Rhiannon is a gunslinger. She is originally from think like a gothic-esque setting. For anyone who's familiar, the vibe is Hugh Jackman's Van Helsing. But she is like middle-aged. She is a mom. And she somewhat briefly had a rather intense conversation with a Nightwing in a previous mission in this, well, not Seekers of the Sun, right?
Nope.
Was Bruletta part of that?
Previous storyline with Bruletta, yeah.
Yeah. During a previous storyline with another character, she had a long, in-depth conversation with a Nightwing, and with a soft vow to come back and like see her, but that never ended up happening, unfortunately. But yay!
Yeah, it's great to see her again.
She was my first. Rhiannon is my first Enclave character,
Yes.
and that was my second mission with her.
Isn't that wild?
That is nuts.
So, here is going to be your mission statement with these wonderful characters involved in it. I will warn you ahead of time. This is going to be a lore-heavy mission. Oh no. Fear. Brace yourselves. So I'm going to try to keep it as concise as I possibly can. The Seekers of the Sun have gotten to the end of their journey. They have traveled far west from their home, the Questing Realms, where Siri's to-be husband rules, and have come across wasteland and beast-ridden areas of danger, and through intense opposition to reach this mystical, prophesied, distant land in the west, to find that it is ruled by a group of creatures called Nightwing. Now, the Nightwing were known, but only very, very loosely known to the Questing Realms, before this, only kind of rumored more than known. And now that the Seekers are among them, they have learned just how utterly alien these creatures are. The Nightwing, the goal of this mission is for you guys to help the Seekers secure an audience with a high-ranking Nightwing who might be willing to contribute aid, form an alliance, or similar with their home in the questing realms. That is what this whole diplomatic mission is about, trying to connect with this mystical land in the west and improve the questing realms through it. The Seekers, to remind, were numbered 4. They are now numbered 3. One of their numbers, Sir Shackle, fell on the last mission. The Seekers are a group of 3, now 2 knights and a noblewoman who traveled from the questing realms, handpicked on this mission. They came out here knowing that their lives were endangered. Of course, losing Sir Shackle was still a great blow to them. The questing realms is noteworthy for knights and its knights being bonded to farers, animals both mundane and magical that acquire kind of a human level of intelligence and an intensely personal bond with their joined knight. And so the 2 remaining Seekers still have their farers with them, and farers are to be treated functionally as people, with the respect that you would give someone of a knightly rank. You would give that to a farer as well. The Seekers are as follows. The remaining ones, you have Dame Sheila, the leader of the group, and her farer Tallow, who is a big snake, big white snake. You have Sir Falstaff, as well as his farer Gurley, who is an egret hippogriff, very dainty and slender and only barely able to support his weight and fly. And then lastly, you have Lady Ethel Hexlard, who is not a knight. She does not have a farer. She is the youngest of the group, but is also the most important. She is the only one among them who has substantial magic, and her magic is of a nature that actually could let her create a communication link back to the questing realms. So keeping her alive, intact, and of sound mind is your ultimate priority. Technically, if all the Seekers besides Ethel die, you can still succeed this. Now, it is unlikely that anyone's going to have to die on this mission, but there is something that is of substantial threat, that being the Nightwing. Remember, these are creatures who are in a parallel society above humans. While humanoid, they rule over humans, and they don't think of humans as pets or children per se, but they know they are superior and act accordingly. You will be learning a lot about Nightwing on this, and trying to learn about and navigate them and their strange society is going to be essential to succeeding this mission, given that you have to find a way to communicate with one, and given that they will see you as pretty much innately inferior. And so trying to find counsel with them when they do not take you seriously is going to be one of your biggest struggles. Of note, well, there's a lot of things of note. Where to start? Here's a big one. Given the minor interactions that people have had with Nightwings leading up to this point, while they are not aggressive per se, and they have great magic, but their magic isn't like kill you magic, their magical powers are substantial and are used mostly to trick and deceive. For example, Nightwings are known to have memory wiping powers, and that is effectively your kill condition. If one of the Seekers gets their memory wiped, that is a serious problem, and if Lady Ethel does, that is a turbo serious problem. I will warn you right now, there is a chance one of your characters could have their memory wiped if you are not careful, and I will be very strictly working with you as you play to ensure that you adhere to that. I have no doubt this group will be able to do so, though. That's like the worst thing you are likely to face. Some notes about the Nightwing. They are intensely competitive with one another.
Robbie,
they are, yes.
I'm really sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to ask a quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
Before we move past the memory wiping thing.
Yeah, please.
If that happens, on a mechanical level, do we lose our class and everything like that?
They will not wipe that much. They will just wipe the relevant stuff. So it would be like mission relevant information.
Oh, so it'd be like a short-term amnesia kind of thing. Like, where am I? How did I get here?
It would be a waste of their effort to wipe your whole mind.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if they were pissed at you, they wouldn't bother. Excellent question, though. These are the sort of things that are good to clarify. Now, things about the Nightwing. They are unbelievably intelligent and have wildly supernatural perceptive capabilities. They can see through lies in humans so effortlessly that you are pretty much an open book. If your character, even if your character's like, oh, I better not think about that, you've thought about it. They know. Like, if they're paying attention to you, they know everything. But it's a matter of will they pay attention to you, of course. So be careful of that, as you might imagine, and try to help the Seekers navigate that as well. The Nightwing are, again, unbelievably intelligent and highly competitive with one another, especially. They see almost every element of social interaction as a competition and a contest to be won. So they're very rivalrous with one another. We'll get to descriptions in a little bit, but before I do that, a couple other things that are very important to note is that the Nightwings rule over humans. The humans of this land, while the Seekers will call them Westorns, that's like their name for them, the humans of this land are called Oronir. And the Nightwing, the formal name for them, though you can use Nightwing, they won't take offense, is Daneshta. So if you hear the word Daneshta, it's Nightwing. Oronir, local humans, not the Seekers. You are going to an eyrie, like a Nightwing court, which is built into an enormous tree that umbrellas an entire, like, large late medieval, early Renaissance town or city. It has beautifully elaborate architecture built into it, stupidly sumptuous, lovely, and wealthy. Of note, eyries, from what can be have been determined by the Seekers, seem to be kind of like a trust fund, so to speak. Like, they are nominally ruled by one family, but have many, many people who are, like, full-time living there, or guests, or have great power there. So there's a lot of Nightwings that all kind of come and live together. They do seem to organize themselves into families, but those families seem to have, like, kind of minimal loyalty to each other. And other important notes, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to come up, but just to keep it simple, other things that the Seekers would note that are relevant. One, in this part of the world, even though it is not far from the questing realms, nights are longer than daytimes all year round. Like, 3/4 of a 24-hour day cycle is nighttime. And also, this is quite relevant, animals hate Nightwing and often attack them on sight. The Nightwing are terrified of animals and pretty much use humans as their animal wranglers. The one exception is birds, and the, like, miniature secondary exception are bugs and reptiles. They can tolerate those. And fortunately, all of the remaining Seekers have those farers. Girly, even though she is a hippogriff, the front part, the business end, is bird, and the Nightwings seem to be, like, vaguely okay with that. And then tallow, being a snake, is something that they will, like, vaguely tolerate. But any mammal, no, God no. A mammal will literally just, like, bark like a dog would bark like a maniac, strain to get at them, do anything to try to attack them. So yeah, in summary, the only animals they really get along with are birds, and even then, they usually prefer to let humans do the work for them. And let's see, the only other thing I would say is the Nightwing that Rhiannon communicated with way back in the day was killed during those earlier missions by another Enclave squad, as it happens. Her name has not yet been mentioned in this area. The Seekers don't know about her, really, or know what happened to her, or barely know of your connection with her. But the Enclave would share this with Rhiannon specifically to make sure she knew. Let's see. I think it's best to just open it up to questions at this point. Fire away. Yeah, Avalon.
Yeah. Do the do the Nightwings at this court, do they know that Peridot, for short, was killed by an Enclave agent?
No. Or rather, if they do, they either don't care, or it's a well-kept secret, or it's known by only a few of them. They haven't reacted at all in a way that the Seekers would have determined. And also, from what the Enclave has learned, the Nightwing kind of don't give a shit about each other. Like, they're rivals.
Okay.
And so one getting killed by a human is like a, you got killed by a human? Nerd. Like, rather than like, I hate humans forever. That's an important thing I forgot to mention. Nightwing society is intensely focused on manners. Manners and kind of courteousness. So the Enclave suggests that you try to be as demure and polite and an awareness of your station as possible when interacting with them, though there are exceptions. They can appreciate boldness in humans, especially given that many humans cannot keep eye contact with them. And don't worry, I will talk you through that if it happens. It probably will happen. It's very uncomfortable. Other questions? Fire away. There's a lot, so please don't hesitate to say them. Yeah, Mary.
Stupid question, serious question. Stupid question. Can the Enclave provide us with gifts to present the Nightwings?
Excellent question. The Nightwings would not give a flying fuck about any gift that you would care to present to them. They are unbelievably wealthy. And so, like a material thing, nah, not interested. But you might be able to come up with something else.
Second question. Are you gonna say this shit now, or do I have to wait longer?
Oh yeah, I guess I should mention that, shouldn't I? One of the reasons that the Seekers came west is because of a pair of prophecies that were made in the questing realms that link the Nightwing directly to the major conflicts being had in the questing realms. There's no way they would send like 3 good knights and a noblewoman off on a borderline suicide mission without good reason. And those prophecies, the Enclave is not revealing to your characters in case they have their minds read. Right now, the only member of the group, you and the Seekers, who know the prophecies is Dame Sheila and possibly Lady Ethel, who Sheila may have shared them with. Seems likely she would have. The other thing is, the Nightwing that Rhiannon met and was later killed, the reason that she was killed is she was attempting to wipe Bruletta's mind, and an Enclave squad was called in to deal with her. And she only started turning aggressive and trying to wipe Bruletta's mind when Bruletta revealed a symbol to her. I am not going to share this symbol with you. Actually, I will, but know that your characters will not know it. Looks like that. It is referred to colloquially as an M. Your characters will not know this because, again, the Enclave doesn't want their mind to be read, the symbol to be revealed, because this symbol was what triggered the attack on Bruletta. Dame Sheila has the original copy of this symbol and knows of its danger and knows that she will probably have to bring it up at some point and is hoping to prime a Nightwing in a conversation such that they don't just attack in the same way that the other one did. So that symbol is a big part of the mystery here, and is one of the reasons that ensuring you get a conversation with an amenable Nightwing is so important. You have to get them to be able to interact with a Nightwing who isn't just going to frickin' wipe their memories as soon as something like this comes up. Yes. Excellent points. Other questions?
Yeah, when and where are we going to be, ported in?
Excellent question. You guys are going to be ported in directly outside of the main entrance to the Eyrie alongside the Seekers. The Seekers have been politely but firmly been denied entrance. The Nightwing don't want anything to do with them. So getting them into the court is going to be one of your first steps to do.
Okay. Are we going to have an assembly before we're ported in? Or
Yes,
are we starting
you will have
straight?
assembly.
Okay.
Siri, yeah. Or Mary, rather.
Are there any, they value politeness. Is there any things that we would consider polite in our culture that they would consider extremely rude?
Nothing dramatic. And especially if a human commits like a minor faux pas, they'll probably think it's cute more than anything else. Assuming that, because they can tell if you're trying. They can see right through you. The main thing to note is using an animal term to refer to a person, like saying, "Oh, you dog," or something. That's like a massive insult to them.
Okay.
Heard.
An enormous insult. As in, maybe that would be a way you could get yourself killed on this mission, sort of insult.
Like, basically, it's a slur.
It's worse than that, even. It's like,
Got it.
it is true fighting words.
Got it.
Oh, and of note, by the way, even though they're kind of slender and willowy, they have unbelievable dexterity, and not only have incredible they can literally just draw from memory like photographically accurate pictures, but and because of this, they also have things like almost perfect aim with firearms, which they do have, though they are kind of early firearms, I should note. So they're deadly with weapons. They just don't have too much muscle behind their attacks. Just magic and aim. Other questions? Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
It's gone.
No.
It was there.
Yeah.
Sort of piggybacking on the notion of like things that we would consider polite that they consider rude or whatever. is the inverse true? Is there anything that like people, like humans, would think is, crass or impolitely indirect that they would see neutrally or even beneficially?
Big one is eye contact. They really admire eye contact when a human can do it. And in their culture, their kind of parallel culture, eye contact is like a language in and of itself. Like, you know how people say, oh, 80% of human communication is nonverbal, blah, blah, blah. For Nightwing, that's like very literal. Like, they almost have a whole second language that's just to do with eye contact. So yeah, eye contact, good. As to whatever degree you can pull it off. Yeah.
Two things. One, they can see through lies. Do they dislike lies?
No, they think lies are very funny when humans try them. And if you can actually get a lie past a Nightwing, they will think it's very impressive.
Okay. Second question, do illusions count as lies?
Yep.
Okay. So they can, that's not going to affect them.
Oh, you might be able to trick them with an illusion, but if they're like paying attention, if they're like, okay, what's this? They will probably figure it out pretty fast.
And I get the impression it needs to be kind of like well crafted and specifically crafted.
Mm-hmm. And especially
like
if it's
they
something
wouldn't
like
fall
on their
for like
peripheral
general stuff. Yeah.
On their if you catch something in their peripheral vision, they probably miss it. But as soon as they direct their attention, that illusion's pretty toast. And a lot of them do have illusions themselves. Illusions are quite common for the Nightwing to do, though admittedly not of the variety that Siri does. Siri's are much more like literal, whereas theirs are more figurative. Like, for example, Nightwing's one of their scariest powers, which the Enclave squad sent to dispatch the one Rhiannon interacted with, got a chance to experience firsthand, is they are able to make humans experience visceral night terrors while awake. And that is through these kind of wild, visceral illusions that play on the human's inner fears, which they can see. So they can just trap you in a web of illusion that feels like a dream, but you're awake. But that's if you really piss them off. Like, you'd have to be wildly out of line for them to even do a little bit of that.
Tell me why I got legitimately excited. I'm like, yay! I can't wait to describe Rhiannon's most deepest nightmares. Woo!
Excellent. Final questions.
Yeah, but not until we're an hour in, I'm sure.
Marvelous. In that case, I say we move to assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ, each led through its vast arches and labyrinthine hallways to a beautiful, plush, comfy assembly room decorated only in gray. There's a faceless attendant there to answer final questions. There are 3 telepads in the far wall, and the assembly room is stocked with creature comforts that your characters might enjoy. Pretty much anything that they might want before a mission kicks off. Your characters, of course, know everything that we have just gone over in mission statement. I will ask you to give a description of your character's appearance and their first actions upon entering assembly, which they would all do simultaneously. We'll begin with Chadwyn. Physical description and first actions upon entering assembly.
Sure. Chadwyn, he's got the hiker look. He has kind of like these long, dirty, everything he wears is dirty, like cargo pants. He has boots, like hiking boots, and he knows that this is like a special occasion. He's going to be in court, so he wore his tuxedo shirt, like a printed tuxedo kind of tie kind of thing.
I'm so sorry. I need to tell my partner his Enclave character does the same exact thing.
That's so
I'm gonna message him now. That's insane.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Carry on, please.
Yeah, so he has his walking stick, and he has a tie-dye bandana around his head, and a really big hiking backpack, and he kind of walks in.
Excellent. Upon walking in, any immediate actions, in terms of the provisions left out or seeing companions entering the room, just very briefly?
Yeah, is there anyone in the room yet, or?
You guys would be entering simultaneously, but also there's the faceless Enclave attendant there to answer questions.
Got it. I mean, he would kind of walk in. Oh my god, I haven't done the voice in a while. It might be
You'll get into it.
Name's Chadwyn. How's it going, guys? He kind of walks in. He's gonna take the first seat he sees, open his backpack, and pull out some blueberry granola, and just kind of offer it. You guys want any granola, man? I have some extras. We could just sit around and talk for a little bit before we get ported down.
Perfection. And Siri, appearance and first actions upon entering assembly, including being offered food.
Thank you. Siri is a very attractive lady of undetermined height. Are you trying to see the person who's wearing the tuxedo shirt?
Yes.
This one.
I can't see it.
Well,
He's not
it's
currently
in
his character.
I don't have it on, but my character.
Oh, yeah. Do you own one?
No, I wish actually.
It's all good.
I don't have drip like that.
He's now disappointed. Alright, Siri is a very attractive lady of undetermined but slightly shorter height. She is all blonde and wears pink, so she's got a pink witch hat, and she's upgraded her dress from 50s style to medieval style. It is still pink, though. That is extremely important. And heels. Heels are also important. She would walk in, immediately see Chadwyn and his dirt and his granola and his vibe. And just go, I'm good.
You don't want any, or no? You're all set.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Do you want
No problem.
you want me to? Actually, I'm not gonna ask. Can I do a minor manifestation to get the dirt off of him?
You would be able to do so once you hit mission, but in assembly, the Enclave controls a lot of the magic that you do.
I asked the attendant in the corner to do that.
And
Just
the
pulls out a
attendant
bottle
was-
of Febreze.
Yeah, that sort of. The attendant would say, "It is not the Enclave's prerogative to attend to agent hygiene and cleanliness standards."
Oh, me? Oh, here. Let me just. He'll just kind of stand up and wipe his pants down.
Yep. Whenever the dirt touches the ground, it vanishes. The Enclave does have a prerogative to deal with its own hygiene and cleanliness standards.
It vanishes and reappears on him. Perpetually dirty.
Before we go further, however, Rhiannon, physical appearance and first actions upon entering, especially being partially party to this scene.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, Rhiannon is middle-aged. She is... Oh, I forgot how tall she is. It's been a while.
Yeah,
I think
remember her
she's
being
she's
tallish.
a little bit below average height.
below
Like she's
average?
like
Okay.
five. I think she's like 5'3".
Mhm.
Anyway, human woman, pale skin, kind of a gaunt frame. It looks like she hasn't eaten 2 consistent meals in like 20 years. She has long red hair that she keeps typically braided and out of her face. Very, very firm on that one. For this, she's actually wearing the same outfit she wore on her last mission. Well, not last mission, but the one she was on with Bruletta. Because formal, yay! And I'll share pictures in the chat in a second. But black pants. She's got that black duster. She's swapped out the sort of standard gunslinger kit for a sleeker, more formal, almost kind of a military officer's jacket kind of vibe. But she's also got a dark red blouse, and kind of the only splash of color besides the red and black that makes up most of her kit is it's just a simple like blue fabric. It's like a really light blue. You get the impression it's like a scarf or something similar. Right now, it is tossed over her shoulder, almost like a little capelet, and affixed on one shoulder with a brooch.
Yeah.
So,
Remind me, does she have scars on her face? I kind of remember her having.
yeah. So, I didn't get them on her Hero Forge mini, but yes, she does have scars. And if you ever saw her without her jacket or anything like that, she has scars all over her body. She has been through a lot in her setting. So yeah, she does have a couple of very prominent scars on her face as well. And they have the look of not healing perfectly correctly. She clearly has been through a lot without adequate medical help.
Mm.
And
And,
as she's
oh, yeah, pardon.
no, you're good. I was just gonna say, as she's coming in, she she sort of looks between the two gathered and the completely different vibes before her. And for a moment, she's just kind of silent as the whole dirt situation is happening. I mean, if the offer is open, I would absolutely like some granola.
Yeah. I mean, I have blueberry, I have strawberry, I have chocolate, and Siri. If you change your mind, I have all these different flavors, and I even have granola bars as well. If you don't like, loose granola, I mean, I got plenty of snacks. Just let me know.
Sure, I'll take a granola bar.
Yeah.
Not too I'm not too particular about flavor. Anything
Oh,
really.
a surprise?
Sure.
He just closes his eyes, puts his hand in his back, ruffles around. Uh, this one, here you go.
Perfect. That actually does bring to mind a question, Robbie.
Mm.
What is food like in a Nightwing court?
That's an excellent question. The Enclave has no information on this as of this time. This will be
Because
new.
they not fear. That's my guess. Putting $20 down.
Oh, God. After exchanging of granola bars, any follow-ups from Rhiannon
Thank you for
to
that reminder,
Siri, or
Bruletta.
vice versa?
Siri would begrudgingly go up, and then. Can I actually have the strawberry one?
Yeah,
There you go.
absolutely. I would love to. Yeah.
No, you're good. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, here, please.
And I think that Siri would, maybe despite herself, find it to taste passable. It seems appropriate.
Yeah, how good is your granola?
That's a good question. How good is it? Oh, we had
Uh,
that mission with him working with a chef the other day, so I don't know if you
Yeah.
decide he's pursuing that.
No, he's as efficient as possible. It's the cheapest granola for the most amount.
Yeah,
So it's pretty bad, yeah. But it's fueling,
fueling indeed. So in that
fueling.
case, dry granola being chewed up. Follow-ups from Rhiannon after accepting a granola bar.
Before we hop into this, introductions, I suppose. My name is Rhiannon. What are your names?
I'm Siri.
Nice to meet you. My name is Chadwyn.
Oh,
Chadwyn
excellent.
Bradford.
Excellent. And
I just want to say I'm so pumped for this mission. I heard there's gonna be this massive tree, and we're just gonna go in there and explore and talk to these Nightwings, and it's like, man, I had this mission before where I talked to these bird people, and I said that they were cosplayers, but I'm starting to think that they were real bird people, and anyway.
I think it would be wise
You
to
know.
avoid that.
Yeah, that's a good
I wouldn't-
idea.
That seems like it might be received in a negative
Were they
way.
owl people?
Apple people?
No, owl. What type of bird?
Oh, there were some owls. There was all kinds of animals, and I was like, what is going on here? Like, is there a convention in town or what? But then I found out. I just talked to someone in here, and they were like, yeah, like they're real people. And I was so embarrassed. I want to go back and say I'm sorry. Anyway.
Is Siri clutching her face in character, or is she doing it internally?
I genuinely don't know, because I think she's trying to be more polite than I am, but also this is insane. This is great. She's probably at least doing I don't think Siri wears glasses. I think she's probably doing like a this
Mhm.
or something, but oh my lord.
And Rhiannon, follow-ups from you.
I think for the most part, Rhiannon is just kind of watching that interaction, and she has like an odd smirk on her face, just kind of observing the energy that has been brought into the mission so far.
So, does anybody have thoughts on how to talk to these people?
Be honest. Be honest. They
Yeah,
they don't take kindly to deception. Well, more specifically, it basically never works. So it's not worth trying, really. But more than that, I think vulnerability willingly given is more valuable than them having to root around for the truth. Does that make sense?
Say it so they don't forcibly read your mind.
I'm not sure they can stop themselves. But offering things is better than having to find them. Is that fair to say, Robbie?
That's a great assessment. I would only chime in if there was something I saw as being like substantially otherwise, but great so far.
Okay.
Responses
Yeah,
to
I
this
mean, I'm not-
pronouncement. Yeah, I'm
I'm not really sure what you mean. I'm just probably just gonna say what up and have a conversation. Hopefully we can get these knights in the court, or yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited, guys. Let's get this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Are you
great
guys ready?
time. Yes.
I know.
No.
I'm ready.
The attendant turns on a heel and walks from the room, and the three teleporters spring to life. Final actions before taking your places.
I think Rhiannon tries to make an effort to hide the rest of the granola bar after the first bite.
Yep.
Like, she takes a bite and she's like, I mean, I forage constantly, and even I think this is a bit not good. And just, like, surreptitiously slides it in a hidden pocket of the duster.
Will she take her place upon the telepad, or does she have any final actions before doing so?
No, yeah, absolutely. She gets up on the telepad.
Siri, final actions.
Yeah, Siri would look at Chadwyn, put the bag of granola bar down, and then say, "This is actually so good, I'm gonna save it for later." And then go and step on the teleporter pad.
And Chadwyn,
Yeah,
final
man, I've
actions.
been there. I love this part. When you teleport down, it just feels like your whole body is just turning into vibes and energy, and it's like, man, it's such a great experience, guys. As he walks on the teleporter.
And as the three of you take your places atop the telepads, the familiar, unfamiliar sensation of dissociation begins to come across you. The tingling beginning at your feet, working its way up your legs, then falling asleep as it reaches their top. It passes your stomach and your guts churn. It passes your chest and your heart flutters, and then you no longer feel its beat. And then when the sensation reaches your eyes, your vision explodes into ribbons of color, and the world falls away. There's a buzzing in your ears, and then there is nothing. Unlike for Chadwyn, it is an awful sensation for almost everyone. But for him, I can buy that he likes it. But then, as quickly as the sensation comes, it vanishes. And you find yourselves in cool, breezy shade, inhaling subtle aromas of nighttime flowers. The tree spans in front of you. It is vast, like a skyscraper with an enormous umbrella at its top. It must stand over 20 stories high. The town around it, clustered and neat and tidy, falls exactly under its shadow, and what is currently looks to be an early evening is rendered to practically night because of the complete blocking nature of the canopy. The tree itself does not just look like a tree. The obvious manner built into it kind of like weaves in and out and around it, making beautiful little balconies and verandas and outcroppings and external staircases that wind all the way up to high lounges that hang from its branches like ripe fruit. It is gorgeous, and it is also bedecked with tiny little subtle bioluminescences. Not enough to provide light, but enough to make it look like a Christmas tree from afar. That said, the very bottom of the tree, when even if your heads crane up, they would snap back down to the fore of it, where a gorgeous staircase leads up slowly to a front door crooked in the roots of the tree. It is grand, it is portcullis, and outside of it, oh, yes, Sterling. Pardon me?
Maybe I want to say
Wait. You don't have clothes on, so you have to look around the corner. There you go. You can say good.
Hello.
Hello.
Baby has clothes.
That's true, but he has a shirt. Here, Sterling. I'm going to go and let Waylon say hello. Actually, it doesn't look like he wants to particularly.
Oh my gosh, that was adorable.
I love you very much. Hello has been said.
Babies.
Pardon me. Okay. Anyways, the front door, you would note, is not guarded by Nightwing. Rather, it is guarded by a small contingent of humans, Auronir presumably, who stand outside of the portcullis in elaborate parade costumes with ornate high halberds. The Seekers, you would see, are just in front of you, a little ways up the stairs, having clearly retreated shortly from speaking with those guards, and are talking amongst themselves. You can see Sheila is kind of absent-mindedly scratching Tallow, her snake, under his neck, while looking serious. You can see that Falstaff is, like, his brow looks thunderous, and he's kind of gesticulating with a hand. And Lady Ethel is next to him, kind of like hugging Falstaff's fairer girly, almost like a security blanket. As you poured in immediate actions, we will begin with Rhiannon.
First thing I want to do is just sort of take an assessment of our surroundings. Are we being, like, observed from all angles, or are there people, like, continuously going into this manor right now?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
excellent question.
How populated are the surroundings and whatnot?
Yeah. The surroundings are somewhat populated. It seems to be kind of like nighttime market rush. People hardly pay you any attention at all. The portcullis itself that leads into the manor is completely shut. No one is going in or out, and humans don't even look like they deviate towards it. In fact, most people don't even look like they're looking to the gigantic tree, even if everyone who's new to this land is. A few people look curiously at the Seekers, but that's about it, and it seems to be rather minor. Your appearance hardly seems to disturb anyone involved. That said, as Rhiannon would look up, Rhiannon's sensory stat is what?
I want to say it's +2.
I think
I'm
it's
trying
+2.
to figure that out right now.
No problem. I remember it being +2, but I could be wrong.
Well, I'm running into an issue because I feel like there are too many pluses on my sheet, and I can't remember the, like, why things are the way they are. And I'm trying to figure out what my thought process was there. But I do have 2 pluses to sensory.
Sure. That sounds good to me. And because of that, looking up above, she would see an occasional flitting shape of distant figures fluttering in and out of some of the higher lounges and the upper crooks of the branches. These figures, by the way, while they're very large, like human-sized, they are not human-shaped. They are distinctly avian, though they are so far away that you can barely make them out, besides that they're dark silhouettes. As Rhiannon is taking scope of surroundings, does she have any immediate follow-ups before I jump over to Siri?
No, I don't think so. For the most part, she's just trying to just keep an eye on everything.
Excellent. And Siri, immediate actions.
Yeah, if Siri sees Rhiannon already looking around the surroundings,
yeah.
I think she's just going to start going and walking towards the Seekers, and then look behind and see if anybody's following her.
Certainly. Would Chadwyn be walking towards the Seekers as well, or would he be doing something else?
Oh, he'd be doing something else.
Sure. In that case,
Okay,
Siri.
see ya. How far away are they? How long do I have to walk?
Oh, you only have to walk all of 5 seconds. Like, it's a couple of strides up some big flat stairs. And as Siri would be approaching, she would see that Dame Sheila would look over towards her and give kind of like a wave of her hand. She says, "A friendly face. That's nice to see. Hail and well met, fine lady of this land? I'd guess not."
Soon to be, and if she has it on her, I hope she can have it on her. She would hand a magnolia flower over to her.
And Sheila would freeze and slowly take it, put it to her nose to check that it's real, which it is, and then look to Siri and deeply, like, immediately fall into a low bow.
Oh, don't do that, that's okay. Right now I'm just here to help you guys.
She comes out of her bow with a huge smile on her face. "Felicitous welcomes to you, your majesty, or majesty to be, should that be the case."
to be. Thank you.
She says, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, did you hear that? And you can see that the other two seekers have looked over. You see that Falstaff just kind of gives like a, mm-hmm. And Ethel kind of like claps her hands and she says, I can't believe it. Chet chose. He chose.
He did. And he also sends you all his condolences.
Their faces fall. And Sheila says, please extend our heartfelt thanks to him. Falstaff says, Shackle was a good man. Please ensure that his family is given anything they need.
I'm sure Chet is already on it.
That
In
would
the
be our
meantime-
king. Sounds like something he would do.
In the meantime, myself and my two compatriots back there, and she would gesture to
Oh, you're from
Rhiannon
the-
looking around.
You're from the Enclave, then.
Yes.
They always know when to show up, don't they? Ha! Perfect. We need in. I'm sure you know that, though. Chet married an Enclave. I will think of this later. And she kind of clucks to herself. I can't believe it. As she kind of like walks about for a moment and kind of composes herself. Falstaff jumps in. He says, simply put, they don't take humans in here. Unless you're servants.
Are the, she gestures to the human guards back there. Are they the only one enforcing that rule?
He says, they in the gate. He points to the portcullis they are defending. And that's much harder to negotiate with.
Sure, we can come up with something. She'd turn around just to honestly see what Chadwyn's doing, because I think he's gonna be doing something.
Let's talk about it. Chadwyn, upon entering, what would you do?
Yeah, Chadwyn's ported in. He immediately, the tree in front of him, he's just in complete awe. He taking deep breaths. Wow, man. This is nothing like the redwoods back home, man. Like, he's gonna put his head down on the stairs. He's gonna put his head all the way there. He's gonna try and just feel the tree's energy. He's gonna see, like, can he sense that this is still like a living
What is his spirit
thing?
stat?
+3.
That's what I remember. Yeah. And because of that, Chadwyn would actually be able to determine the tree is alive and kept in pretty good health considering it has been ripped inside and out by construction materials, presumably.
Yeah. Just gonna take some deep breaths, like, yeah, that's good air, you know. She did good. She did good. Am I right, Rhiannon?
Rhiannon, would you respond?
She is also kind of admiring, like, once she's relatively satisfied that we are relatively safe, I think she also admires the enormity of the tree mansion, and she just kind of nods, and she has this like appreciative smile. You're
How
absolutely
beautiful
right.
is nature? Oh my God, something like this growing naturally. Like, how long does you think that takes? 100 years, maybe 200, maybe 300.
Spirit is the stat of like emotional insights, right?
Yep. And also metaphysical insights in general.
Right. I ask because I think with that 3 pluses, I think Chadwyn would recognize a sort of an odd sadness in Rhiannon as she's like listening to what he's saying, as she's kind of absorbing it, and as she's recognizing the just the significance of what they're both looking at.
Yeah. Chadwyn would
I think
100%
you're absolutely
pick that
right.
up. Yep.
Centuries, I'm sure.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
It's incredible. It's absolutely stunning.
And
Oh my God, I agree.
Chadwyn would feel what Avalon just described quite clearly, though to what degree he acts upon it is, of course, entirely up to him. Along those lines, Chadwyn, follow-ups from you after your admiration of the tree, or would he continue to do so in other ways?
No, he'll just turn to Rhiannon. So, I mean, yeah, what do you say we go see what the knights are doing up here. I think Siri's already up there. Looks like.
Yeah, we should get over there. You're right.
And Siri
Why don't you
turning
lead the way?
Siri turning to them would see that this is just as Chadwyn and Rhiannon are talking, and then trotting their way up the stairs towards her and the knights. As they are approaching, the two of you would see Dame Sheila raise a friendly hand and wave. Just, "Hail and well met, folk of the Enclave. It is a pleasure to work alongside your organization again."
How's it going? Name is Chadwyn. What's your name?
Dame Sheila at your service. And she
Dame
bows.
Sheila, you said that. I'm so sorry. How are you doing this fine evening? Or morning, or... What time of day is it?
Sir Falstaff would chime in kind of a dry manner. "Here it would seem that night dominates day." And Sheila would say, "I would say that considering all that we have gone through and all we are still to go through, we are in high spirits. And to that end, to make our introductions, this is Tallow, my fairer," she pats the snake. "This is Sir Falstaff, my good friend and companion, and his fairer Girly. And then this is the fine young lady Ethel Hexlerd, a mage of some repute." And Ethel would give a little curtsy and blush at the compliment. Falstaff would give kind of a little like, when he is introduced. And Girly would give a little, like a little croon, as her name is called. And Sheila would say, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and to yourself, my fair dame." She points to Rhiannon.
I'm really sorry. She's prompting me to introduce myself?
Indeed, although the way she
Okay.
says it is somewhat ambiguous.
Okay. Hello. My name is Rhiannon. I understand that you lost someone recently. I'm sorry to hear that.
You see that Sheila nods and says, Thank you for saying so. His memory will last within us, and we will ensure that we return home to tell his stories."
Rhiannon smiles softly at that. Sometimes stories are all we have.
And Sir Falstaff would add, in softly embittered tones, "Oftentimes."
No argument here.
And Sheila would immediately kind of, in like somewhat a theatrical manner, lean forward and say conspiratorially, "So, what have you in the strange machinations of your organization's completely unknowable minds? What have you brought to us? What plans do you have for getting us inside yon great log?"
90% sure our plan is for that guy to give them granola.
Oh, we're not loud in here, or...
Excuse me for just one moment. Siri's gonna take Chadwyn to the side.
Yep.
Really quick, minor manifestation, no dirt. You're looking clean for these people.
Yeah.
Oh,
what,
man, thank you,
what
Siri.
would be the paired action? Is this like a wave of the hand or what?
It's just like, if she had her fan, just...
Yeah.
Wah.
Yep.
And then go, "Our mission is to get in and then convince those people to talk to these people."
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that seems pretty easy enough.
So, when you got the letter that said you were doing this mission...
Man, I just, they told... I was reading through the letter, big tree. I said, that seems like a good idea. And I signed up.
I was like, son of a bitch, I'm in. Let's go.
Hell
I
yeah,
love big
man.
trees.
Big tree.
Wait, are you also saying this?
No.
No.
God, I know Rhiannon well enough. While Chadwyn and Siri are talking off to the side, Rhiannon, follow-ups from you to the Seekers.
To be fully honest, because I'm not one for lying in general anyway, at present, I don't think we have a plan, but that's because we are still gathering information and we don't have the full scope of our obstacles.
And Sheila would nod, and Falstaff would say, He says, "I have thought about flying up high with Girly, but she does not take well to altitude. She does better in distance."
I suspect the Nightwings would have you outmaneuvered anyway.
Yes, I doubt they would allow me to saunter in unopposed.
And if they perceive something as an attack, it would absolutely ruin any other plans.
Precisely. And Ethel would pipe up and say, I have been storing much of my magical potency. We thought perhaps I could produce some sort of spell that might intrigue them, but we haven't caught any eyes here. None, besides those of humans. And the humans seem thoroughly uninterested in our story. We do have a substantial amount of their local currency, which has been a great blessing. But it seems as though she takes out what looks like almost like a dagger, but it's kind of like a bird feather made of metal. Just one of these coins is enough to feed a human family for a year, and yet the Nightwing don't bat an eye at it.
Interesting. So, human measurements of worth and significance aren't worth much to a Nightwing.
They don't even register, it would seem. The Nightwing seems so aloof to human means that even getting one's attention long enough to show what we are capable of or to tell our story is proven entirely impossible. We've only barely even seen them since we came here.
Right.
As Rhiannon is saying this, follow-ups between Siri and Chadwyn, if any.
Yeah, let me just go talk to him. I think I can just, see if we can get in. If there's no response, Chadwyn's just gonna turn.
So I
Oh, okay.
I want this to just work so bad.
Will Chadwyn approach the gate guards?
Yeah.
And as he trots his way up, you can see that, again, they're in full parade armor. It's very ceremonial, very beautiful. They're wearing this heavy black and purple sort of panoply. And as you approach, they do not make eye contact with him at all. Think like, Buckingham Palace guards. And nor do they say anything. What would he do as he approaches?
Perfect. On the walk up, Chadwyn's not even really looking at the guards. He's still kind of like looking at just the size and the scale, looking around, still in awe. And as he finally gets up to the top, he's just gonna look at the guards. He's gonna kind of squint at one. No, Junebug, is that you? Oh man. He's gonna use familiar face on one of the guards.
And as you're using this, how will you have met this man?
Yeah, Junebug. Oh man, we went on that spiritual retreat down in West Indies. Don't you remember?
And as you do so, you can see that the man frowns and kind of looks down a little bit and says, "This is not the time or the place. I'm on duty right now."
Oh yeah, man, absolutely. Hey, but listen, your spiritual journey is nothing to be you don't need to hide that, but I completely understand.
No, of course, I'm not trying
and
to
you're on the
hide
clock.
it. We learned so much together when we were out and about in the world. I will not forget it soon, but at the same time, he gestures about. He says, "I'm on duty."
Yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, oh my God, what a job you got, man! Guarding this amazing, beautiful display of Mother Nature, man. It's
Yes. He would kind of like do the pipe down sort of hand movement. He says,
oh yeah, man.
Of course. You remember when we were out on the boats and I was telling all of you about the land of night that I come from. And this is I am in service to the great Danishta, the bearers of night, upon whose wings sail darkness. And you will understand that I cannot be simply having casual conversation.
Oh, absolutely, man, absolutely. But hey, man, me and my friends were just looking through, and we just wanted safe passage into this amazing, beautiful structure you guys have.
No, they do not suffer human entry unless you are a servant.
Oh yeah, man. I'm pretty sure we're servants. I think they're servants, actually.
He frowns. Do you have?
Do we hear this?
Yeah, Chadwyn's not quiet.
Siri's just gonna nod and give a thumbs up.
And he would look up and kind of gesture for the others to come over. And he would say,
Chadwyn gesture.
and which Nightwing family do you serve?
Which Nightwing family do we serve? You know,
Please hold. I'm looking back at some things.
Because, hold up, the humans don't have lying magic.
No.
Yeah.
No,
so...
but I have an actual Nightwing in.
Oh.
I was trying to find the name. I apologize. House Uxalesh is the one that I'm familiar with,
He looks like he's
That
about
I'm
to pass out for a moment.
attached to.
I see. And what capacity do you serve the Uxalesh family? He looks to Rhiannon.
I attended an event with one of the ladies.
He nods. He says, he looks you up and down. Not a handmaiden, I presume.
Not exactly. The exact nature of my... let's call it servitude. The exact nature of my servitude is not something that most people are privy to.
You see that he goes from looking absolutely floored with surprise to kind of frowning and giving a nod. He says, of course. But a moment, please. And he would move over to, like, near the portcullis. And as he does so, he gives, like, a little... and beckons his hand. And you see a small bird flits down from in, like, some of the dappled trellises that are above the portcullis. He whispers something to it, and then it flies back off. And then he says, but a few moments. And as they are waiting, Sheila would, like, breathe in Rhiannon's ear and say, I knew that your organization would have something planned.
Sure.
You never fail to amaze. You never fail to amaze. As she is saying this, Ethel would kind of, like, tiptoe over to Chadwyn and say, so, how, you've been here?
Oh, me? No, I just know Junebug over here. We actually went, sorry. I look over now, just the quieter. We actually went on this spiritual retreat, man. And, you know, we learned a lot about each other and a lot about ourselves.
As you
and
say
I would actually
Junebug, he would pipe up, Jundorn. Junebug is not...
June Dorn, excuse me. I didn't mean to misname you, man.
I am working, he says, looking reproachful.
All right, man.
And Ethel would give a little smirk and say, that's quite marvelous. So you've never visited here before?
Oh man, I would have remembered this. This is amazing. Is this normal in this?
No. I'm from a distant land called the Questing Realms. We traveled here afoot to entreat with and meet the Nightwing, and this is entirely new to me. This is so different from our home. Not to mention the way animals are here.
Wow, so you just walked here?
She says yes, and flew through our farrows. She would pat Gurley a little bit, but it's been quite the journey indeed.
Oh my god, I bet that sounds amazing. What a great hike.
And Falstaff would say, it was atrocious.
I'm sorry to hear that. I actually didn't know.
I'm just gonna take Chadwyn aside one more time and just lean in and go, somebody died on this hike. No, shh. One of their friends did. Like, don't say it's cool.
Oh my god, I am so sorry for what I just said.
No, just don't.
I apologize. I really do apologize.
And Ethel would
and I am sorry about your.
Ethel would take Chadwyn's arm and say, "It's all right. It's all right."
He's completely serious. He is not joking.
Of course.
I
And she is too.
just can't do his voice.
No, of course.
Okay.
His voice. He has resting goof voice. So
Yeah.
and Ethel would take his arm. It's all right. It's all right. It's been a trial, but like with your friend, it's maybe you could say that we've kind of tried to find ourselves on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good that you were with him. It's good that you get to bring him along for the rest of your journey. Do you know what I mean?
And Sheila says, precisely what I've been saying. That's the spirit. And she would go over and kind of give Ethel's shoulder a squeeze, and then kind of like lug Falstaff out there, come on, and kind of put the other arm around his shoulder as well, and say, we're in it together to the very end, which hopefully is today. And then, home. Home, at last.
You have
Do
to
you think-
walk back.
Possibly.
I was just about to say the same thing. Is the journey home going to be as fraught?
We will see. She looks to Ethel. Depending on... I'm feeling all right. I think I can do it. Good. Good.
Do
We're
you
counting on Ethel.
potentially have methods of long-distance travel?
Ethel says, I've never done it before, but I've studied the theory for about 5 years.
That's not nothing.
I need
You
a
want
body
to practice just teleporting through the gate?
No. It's very one-directional, and I only think I could get back to my home where I practiced. I need a body of water. Clear, perfectly smooth water, still water. And they have
They say
those
you're
here.
made of 80% water.
Well, I don't think
That's
I
a
could do
body
it
of
on
water.
myself. And Sheila would actually laugh at this. But as she is doing so...
I mean,
yes, Rhiannon?
a body of water, yes, but it does need to be still water, and throughout your body, the blood is always moving, constantly.
And clear. I'm not clear last I checked.
This is true.
And Sheila says, well, the Nightwing will see us as clear, I have no doubt. So be on alert for that. I'm sure you've all been informed.
Yes.
Good. Very good.
Chadwyn, do you remember?
Oh yeah, I remember.
She's just gonna like. They can read minds.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. No, I don't know if yeah, okay. No, I remember that.
You guys hear a grinding as the portcullis is raised. And you can see the guard, Jun Dorm, would look over his shoulder, look to you, and give a salute, and then step to the side, and he and his fellow guards would cross their halberds to create like a little arch for you to come through. He would look to Chadwyn and say, when I get off, let's meet up for drinks, all right?
Yeah, man. Chadwyn, as he passes through, Chadwyn's gonna like fist bump him on the
Yeah.
shoulder.
You can see that he kind of like winces, but also doesn't tell him not to. So, and as you make your way into the receiving atrium of this tree, you are greeted by another human. This one is, again, impeccably dressed, beautifully groomed. She's in her 60s. And she would approach you and give like a little bow, touching her head to her hands, and say, greetings, representatives of the noble and ancient House Yuxelesh. We are glad to have you. But as you would enter, imagine the most sumptuous, lavish, gorgeous, over-the-top mansion with the least tacky decorations imaginable built into a tree with plants growing literally out of every surface. That is this place. It is
So it's just beautiful.
incredible. Like, everything seems to shimmer. There are little hidden touches. It's almost like they've taken little shards of perfectly cut crystal and set them into every nook and cranny so that no part of it doesn't shine. The whole place, it just screams wealth beyond imagine. And a society so high as to be unattainable. But also, this would be your first time seeing a Nightwing. Now, the Nightwing are very distinct looking. And so I'm happy to repeat this if you need it, but just to remind, Nightwing are tall, they're willowy, very, very slender, and almost not quite cartoonishly proportioned, but have like an unnatural wasp waist. They have dark blue-gray skin. Their chest is a little bit paler, and their back a little bit darker. Their hair, nails, and teeth are shockingly white. And they would also have a little ruff of white feathers growing around their ears, and another one at their tailbone, though you wouldn't see that. I mean, sometimes you would. They have very extra outfits for the most part. Also, they have very pronounced eyes. Their eyes are quite large, almost not quite anime size, but big eyes, big long nose, and big lips. And their lips are kind of bright purple. The best analogy I would give is if you played the original Ocarina of Time, they are very Gerudo shaped. So that if you know that would be a good analogy. The only other thing of note about them is that they have incredibly intensely colored irises. And since their eyes are very big and their irises are very large, each one would have a unique color of iris, which would have a powerful dominant color and many flecks of subtle, smaller colors. Their pupils, by the way, are white, and the whites of their eyes are black.
Sclera.
Yep, precisely. As you would enter, the one Nightwing that you would see in this hallway looks to be possibly a guard or a bodyguard, or they're armed, in summary. You see that while they don't have a halberd, they do have like a long rapier that they are leaning against and are kind of lounging in a sumptuous hammock that is hanging near one of the big staircases. The place is not arranged in boxes. It's arranged in these like winding, elaborate staircases that all seem to go off to a different room that then link up later and then link away. Very complicated layout, but beautiful. And the one Nightwing nearby is just kind of lazing in this hammock, with her nose buried in a book that she is reading with one hand, while the other hand just kind of like gently waves her rapier in the air as though like conducting inaudible music. She pays you literally zero heed as you enter. And yet, as you would enter, you would notice that the Seekers cannot help but stare, given that they have not only never seen one, but never even truly been described one. And they've been hearing about them for like a month at this point. As you guys would enter, and are greeted by this greeter, immediate actions will begin with Rhiannon, given that's who the one that the greeter is addressing.
Rhiannon returns the bow, and thank you for allowing us in.
Of course.
We are pleased to be in this space.
Of course. A retinue of the Yuxelish will never be denied here. If you wish, there is a family representative currently stationed upstairs. I presume that is who you have come to speak with. The Master and Mistress Yuxelish are unlikely to be here for another several days.
Understood. Yes, I would very much like to connect with that other family member.
Of course, of course. I will happily guide you through to there.
And as she does so, she says, are these your entourage?
Yes, that's correct.
Very good. She looks kind of apprehensively at the knights. She says, those are trained, aren't they? And you can see that the two knights immediately bristle, like visibly take offense at this.
Rhiannon holds up a hand just to like steady them. Yes, they are well trained. And they are absolutely vital.
Oh, interesting. Well, they don't look dangerous. You will understand, though, that you will be held culpable if anything untoward would happen because of them.
I do.
Of course. In that case, please keep yourself to human walkways, and ensure that the great Daneshta are not inconvenienced by your presence, if you do not mind.
Understood.
Thank you very much. She says,
Thank
here,
you.
I will guide you about, and she gestures to the others. We do have mess hall downstairs. You are welcome. Food is free here. And we would ask that when approached by Daneshta, you do not approach, you only wait until you are approached. Thank you very much. And she would turn on a heel and guide Rhiannon. Rhiannon would note that some of the Seekers kind of look to her like, should we come with you sort of look.
Unless she has indicated that they shouldn't, absolutely, Rhiannon will bid them follow.
Yep. And as the woman goes towards one of the great staircases, Siri, actions from you, both upon entering while Rhiannon is talking and immediately thereafter.
I was trying to elbow Dame Sheila when she got offended.
Yes.
But other than that, couple things. One, when the person mentioned sticking to human walkways. Vibes on that. Is that one of the politeness things that'll get in trouble? Or, like, do you think the Nightwings are gonna like that we're, like, being a little sassy?
Honestly, how would you determine that?
How intense did she look at Rhiannon when she gave that bit of advice?
You would see that when she did so, it was kind of a casual mention.
Okay, I'm not too worried about it. Secondly, just looking out, what are, like, do we see anything else? Do we see people walking around? Do we see the Nightwings or?
Yep. Now, looking up towards like the great looming staircases and like offshoots that are up above, you can picture like from the side of the tree, you would have seen like little building offshoots coming off at different points that would represent like major rooms, with the main center trunk just being climbing stairs and like midpoints and intersections and maybe ballrooms and things like that. But since you're looking at it from below, you don't see anyone, given that they're all cut off by the stairs, but you hear plenty of people. You hear the distant sounds of music. You hear the sounds of crickets and night sounds from beyond, but also contained within. You would hear the gentle click, click, click of distant footsteps, as well as what sounds like finer heels. Actually, Siri would know what heels sound like. Yeah, she can hear heels for sure. And also the occasional kind of like clacking sound of what sound like talons on stone. So but just like in this central column of the tree, it is wildly populated, even though you can only see up a couple, like 5 floors or so before there's like a cutoff and like a full landing that covers your view up further. At a guess, at least a dozen or 2 dozen people are on the stairs just in here, and then there's many offshoot rooms as well that there's plenty of sound coming out from.
And did the person who Rhiannon talked to gesture in any which direction that we can start going in?
Yep, she is leading Rhiannon, and by extension the rest of you, towards one staircase.
Yeah, I think just for now follow them.
Excellent. Chadwyn, I'm guessing you might have different plans. Any actions Chadwyn would like to take upon entering into the Eyrie while Rhiannon is talking, and immediately thereafter?
He's gonna listen while Rhiannon is talking, but also looking around, taking in his surroundings. And then once we are starting to be led to the staircase, he's gonna kind of tug on Siri's shirt or something,
Yeah,
or
You got a dress here.
Siri, there's a Nightwing right there. What do you think we just say hi? Gauge the vibe. I think it might help us a lot. We can learn about how they talk and
That's actually a pretty good idea.
what they're like. It seems like it's pretty low risk, maybe.
So Rhiannon, here's the risk. Is how many vibe check. That person's completely distracted, right? The Nightwing is doing their own shit and doesn't
She's
care about
reading.
us. Great. Okay. The issue is, if that lady is popular and we piss her off, she's gonna tell everybody, and then nobody's gonna like us.
Oh well, why would we piss her off?
We're not gonna try to, but what if we accidentally do?
Well, then why did we sign up for the mission? It's like, why would we go on the hike if we don't want to see what's at the top?
Oh,
If we're
shit,
scared
you're
of tripping and
right.
falling, if we're scared of getting the scrape on our knee, then we're never gonna go on the swing set. You know what I mean? That's what I think. But
No, 100% agree. Here, take
it
this.
seemed like you have a good judgment.
What are you
Oh,
passing?
what is it?
She's gonna hand Chadwyn her pink opalescent fan.
Yep.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Ah.
It might help you get noticed.
Oh, perfect. Okay, wish me luck, I guess.
In that case,
Does-
as the greeter is leading you up...
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, Rhiannon?
I was just gonna ask, so you guys are following the group as you guys are talking, right?
I think once Chadwyn tugged on Siri, she probably stopped.
Yeah, she would have paused for a bit
Okay.
to catch up with him. Would
That's
Siri
chill. I was gonna chime in, but if you're not there,
Sure.
you're not there. It's chill.
Would Siri rejoin the group as they're making their way upstairs?
God, I feel like this guy needs to be supervised. I think yes, because I think Rhiannon is gonna be good at getting an in, and then by the time we catch up, we'll have learned how to flirt with the Nightwings. So.
And in that case, Rhiannon would notice them conspicuously kind of loitering around the base of the stairs.
Oh,
The greeter does not notice this.
Real quick, Siri's actually gonna run up to catch up with Rhiannon for a
Yep.
second. Rhiannon. She's gonna hand her small like makeup compact mirror to Rhiannon.
Yeah.
Be like,
Oh. What exactly?
so we can
is
catch
this
up
for?
later.
Okay.
I'll call you. Where are you from?
I'm
you
not
do
sure exactly
calls
how to
where you're
answer that
from?
question.
She's
Oh,
wondering if you know what a phone is.
No.
I will contact you through that later.
Understood. The finger guns are me, not her. She
Of
doesn't
course,
do
I
that.
understand.
Say, honestly, I don't know if this is Siri or not. I can't tell.
Yes. Speaking of which, Chadwyn, while Siri is briefly coordinating with Rhiannon, how would he approach the Nightwing, if at all?
So is the hammock like? What orientation is the Nightwing facing in comparison to like me in the hallway?
The Nightwing is vaguely facing towards you inside of like the main greeting atrium, but she's not looking at you. So her eye line would be towards like the base of the stairs, but she's currently reading this book. The hammock itself is like it's not just like some random mesh that's been thrown up. It's quite gorgeous and luxurious, and is almost like a mini palanquin that has been made into a hammock. Adorned and bedecked as always. There's a couple of lovely little tables set aside around it with like, it looks like little nibbles, little treats and objects and things of that nature. A small, dainty, like long-necked glass with a drink in it is also standing nearby. It looks about half done. What would Chadwyn do?
He's gonna kind of walk around closer to like where her, or is where their knees are, kind of thing, and kind of like, hey,
like stick his head in.
yeah, like kind of like stick his head in.
And as you do so, you can see that she shifts ever so slightly, and while she does not look at you, Chadwyn would be able to feel that she notices you.
How's it going? Name's Chadwyn. Can I get your name, please?
She shuts the book, and you can see that she turns to face Chadwyn, and her eyes, when they meet yours, it is like having a finger stuck into your mouth and being like pulled up like a fish being hooked. You know what I mean? It feels as though you cannot close your eyes, and you descend into the pit of white of her pupils, as like for Chadwyn, it would actually feel quite distinctly like a drug trip. It's a visceral one. It's a rattling one. But there is something entheogenic about it. There is something intense and profound about it, as you're just kind of swimming in a pool of white that she swallows you up in. But after a moment, seemingly without any, seemingly as though no time has passed, even though to Chadwyn it would feel like time has passed, he would see her kind of face kind of swimming back into view with kind of like a vaguely amused but relatively level expression on her face. She does not say anything, but as he kind of regains control of his mind, what would he do?
Wow, you have an amazing energy. I feel very in solitude when I'm with you. I find that interesting. I'm sorry. I may have cut you off when you were saying your name. Excuse me. I just had to let that out.
The Nightwing looks to Chadwyn. You see her brow furrow ever so slightly, and she chuckles. And as you do so, as you kind of laugh back, she frowns, and Chadwyn would again feel that her eyes pierce him. And he feels his breath kind of catch in his throat, but not like an unpleasant way. For him, at least. Again, this would feel very reminiscent of a drug trip. Again, a very intense one, a very short-lived one. But you can feel her eyes kind of raking your inside, like she's shining a spotlight in your brain. And as she looks backward and forth for a moment, she gets another kind of faint smile on her face. And she would say in kind of a soft, kind of raspy voice,
We are not one to share our names with Morm.
Wow, yeah. There's no problem with that, you know. I don't disagree with cultural differences and everything like that. I'm very respectful.
you see that she chuckles once again.
Very respectful indeed.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering if you need your drink filled up or something.
She looks down and she says,
But you are not a servant.
No, I'm not. I just thought that's maybe what you wanted.
she cocks her head again and looks again, kind of more and more amused.
What do you think I want then? Just guess. I'm curious.
Sorry, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
This is gonna be risky. I have an ability perk on Viewpoint that lets me view a prominent memory if prompted. She kind of prompted it herself by prompting him to guess what she wants, and I assume she has an answer herself.
Mm.
Can I go for it?
Do you want to try to use the viewpoint?
Oh, God.
And where is Siri positioned? She obviously calls it Rhiannon.
I'm several places behind Chadwyn, or Chadwick watching this, and at first stressing out, and then like, okay, it's actually fine.
Yep.
I think I'm not gonna do this. I'm too scared.
Yep.
And also, Chadwyn's kind of killing it, so I don't want to interrupt.
What would Chadwyn say?
So, can I kind of feel her energy here? I'm not sure if she's just asking me this because she genuinely wants me to leave, or if she's asking me this as like a test, or
Yeah.
can I kind of get her intention here?
Now, few things. One, Chadwyn's normally fantastic sense of empathy is hitting a brick wall. She is so hard to read, and it does a great job of containing her feelings besides what she deliberately reveals, like being amused. It feels like her amusement is genuine. He doesn't feel malice or deadliness, but she could just be very good at concealing that. Where is Chadwyn's mind at with this, assuming it is some sort of test? Where is Chase's mind at? What is he thinking about right now?
He mostly just wants to learn what she's up to. He wants to learn what she's reading. He wants to learn, you know, what's on her mind, I guess. I think that's how he'll get the most information.
Yeah, and does he have guesses as to what the answer is?
He thinks that she wants him to leave her alone. Is what he would expect.
Would he say that aloud? It's not a terrible guess. Like, it's one of those obvious punchlines that it would be something that if they had a sense of humor or irony, that probably would be a good setup for it, but you just don't know their culture or them well enough to know if that's what they'd be going for.
Yeah, I think he would say that. I think he's respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want me to kind of leave you alone, and maybe you can catch up on your book, but you know, I'm really just interested in what you're up to, and I'm curious what you're reading, really.
And as at your response, you can see that she laughs, and her laugh is the like the hoarse caw of a corvid, like ha ha. You know what I mean? But as she would do so, she only gives like a few barks of laughter before saying,
If I wanted you to leave, you would be gone.
She says,
What will suffice for now?
and she takes her cup by the stem.
Please dispose of this. I have no interest in it.
He's gonna put it in his backpack.
Mm-hmm. That's spilling, but whatever.
He doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he cares. Makes total sense. Siri, you had a thing?
Siri's just gonna walk up next to Chadwyn, just make her presence known, I think.
Mm-hmm. The Nightwing completely ignores her.
Fair.
Uh,
She'll just stand there then. That's fine.
Yep. The Nightwing, after watching Chadwyn put the wine glass into his backpack, looks even more amused than she was before. You can see that she's no longer kind of twiddling her rapier about as though conducting, and instead has it kind of crossed across her lap in kind of a recumbent position of incredible poise. But you can see that Siri would feel uncomfortable just looking at the Nightwing's face, even though her eyes are not on her. The way I would describe it is, it would be like, imagine a combination of looking at a bright light straight on, and looking at, what's a good analogy here? Looking at someone getting the dressing down of their life in public, like getting ripped into, like being scolded for good reason too. Just it's that sort of like social anxiety of like, oh, this is hard to watch. Just looking at her, look at Chadwyn.
Great. I have a good excuse not to do that. Siri's gonna turn to Chadwyn. You're doing a really good job. Do you need anything?
No, I think I'm good. Yeah, I'll catch up with you guys, I think.
Okay, because we also want you to probably talk to the other people.
I'll be right there. Yeah, I'll be right there.
And as Siri would say this, especially the other people, the phrase other people would be extrapolated upon by her own words. Who is she exactly referring to by other people?
Vaguely other Nightwings.
Yep. To other Nightwings.
She doesn't know specifics, yeah.
Yep. In that case, she would actually say the phrase other Nightwings, even if she didn't mean to or want to.
That's kind of ominous.
That's great. That's great. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a really good fun time for me in particular. I'm gonna say, after that comes out, I'm just gonna look at Chadwyn, go, see ya, and then bolt.
And as Siri is going, the Nightwing, while she doesn't like look at Siri, Chadwyn would again be able to subtly feel that she did register. She knows Siri's there. She's just doesn't care enough to particularly do anything about it. Before we go further with this, however, Rhiannon, you have been led up 1, 2, 3, 4 flights of these great swooping winding stairs. They are wildly laid out, but there's kind of a strange logic to it as you kind of climb up a little bit by a little bit, and the vegetation bedecks the entirety of it. You eventually would come to what, on every landing, every floor, so to speak, there are multiple exits and ports, like pods out into rooms that are positioned just on the outside of the tree in their own, like, enclosed space. And into one such of these rooms, the greeter would lead you and the seekers. As you would enter, you would find that it is, for want of a better term, a smoking lounge without the smoking. You know what I mean? Like, it's recumbent seating, mood lighting, small duos and trios kind of quietly looking to each other. You hear them kind of softly talking and whispering in their own language. And being among this many Nightwing would make Rhiannon's hair stand on end. Like, she would feel kind of a pressure in her ears. She would feel like the urge to look at her feet because of just being around this many Nightwing.
Got it.
Imagine, like, the sensation of being a small child in a big crowd. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
like that. And what would she do as she enters?
Yeah, so I guess a quick question just as
Yeah.
a player. The Nightwing do have sort of variety in how they look, how they appear,
Yes,
right?
quite a bit. The
Okay.
description I gave was like broadly applied to all of them, but there's a lot of variation between them. The eye color is the most distinct, but they're all different physiognomies, even if they can be broadly categorized as I described earlier.
Right. Okay. So then, follow-up question related to that. Um, do I see one that looks vaguely similar to Lyra Viez?
Yes, actually, you very distinctly do.
Okay.
And it's besides the eye color, I should note. But the things that are similar are one, you can see that they have a very similar kind of swept hairstyle. The hairstyles here are wildly elaborate and look very avant-garde by human standards. Additionally, you can see that the two of them have kind of like pinched cheeks. You know what I mean? They have like very pronounced dimples, and they also have an extremely deep philtrum. And so just like close enough family resemblance that you could be like, oh yeah, that totally looks related.
Okay. Without the attendant necessarily telling me to, I start heading towards her.
Mm-hmm.
And if she seems to notice or acknowledge my approach in any way, the bow and formal greeting.
And as per usual with Nightwing, you can only kind of infer that she notices your approach, but you can make a pretty safe inference. You can see that this particular Nightwing has what looks like a pegboard with a lot of different like little strings attached to it, and is kind of arranging the strings and pegs. And you can see that it's kind of like an incredibly elaborate needlepoint framework, and is creating an image of a face with it.
Oh, neat.
Incredibly, uncannily, photographically realistic, given that it's just lines. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But as you are doing so, the other thing of note, her outfit is unbelievable. It like not only compared to the one downstairs had a tame outfit in comparison to this, but also Lyra Viez had a rather tame outfit in comparison to this. Maybe from traveling, you don't know. Her outfit is like the highest of high fashion mixed with like the greatest excesses of the Edwardian era put together.
Okay. My lady Uxalesh, my name is Rhiannon. Is the attendant still sort of hovering near me, or has she gone elsewhere?
Somewhat annoyingly.
I think I can find my way from here if it's all the same to you.
Oh, yes.
I'm
yes,
sure
of
you
course,
have other duties to attend
of course.
to.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
As she's leaving the room, you would also notice that of the Seekers, only one has entered. That being Ethel, who's a little ways behind you and looking terrified. Her hands are firmly in her, like, squished together and bunched up in her dress, and her eyes are firmly on the ground. The other two have not entered the room.
Okay. That's fine. They can stay where they are for now, if they want to. I wanted to connect with you. I briefly, unfortunately, knew, and she leans in as close as the Nightwing will allow, because she understands the protected nature of first names. I very briefly knew I knew it.
You got it.
Lyra Viez Peridot Uxalesh. I'm struggling.
No
Rhiannon
problem.
is not.
The moment you say the name, her head snaps to you so fast it's like you missed a frame. And immediately Rhiannon feels herself hoisted by the eyes into the Nightwing's vision, so to speak. It is a wild and aggressive racking of her memory that happens in an instant, and yet it feels like an eternity of being pulled around by the brain, falling and swimming in an ocean of white, as she lays your mind bare to see what you are talking about.
Rhiannon somewhat knew what to expect with that because of her prolonged eye contact with, I'm going to say Peridot because it's easier.
Yep, of course.
And knowing that, as she mentioned her name, Rhiannon was focusing on the feelings of majesty and admiration that she had for Peridot, as well as the curiosity and just the events of that mission, particularly pertaining to Peridot, and essentially trying to deliberately give her a, like, movie of Rhiannon's interactions with Peridot.
Yeah, she fast forwards and rewinds quite a lot in that movie. But
I don't doubt it.
If I recall correctly, your will and resilience are both baseline, yes?
I believe so. That sounds right. Yeah. I should have put it there instead of vitality.
The sensation as this leaves, if you've ever had like a true fainting spell, and when you're coming out of of having fainted, you're kind of weak and shaky, and the world is still swimming, and you're flushed, and everything feels cold. It's that, and because of her stats, Rhiannon would be on the ground as the second the Nightwing breaks eye contact.
And yeah, that's exactly right. She finds after she sort of comes to, so to speak, she finds that she had clenched her jaw so hard that her tongue is currently bleeding.
That's exactly correct.
Why would you do that yourself?
Exactly correct.
I'm sorry.
I can say why.
And as she slowly stands again, her hands are still shaking, which is wildly uncanny for her. That is not something she experiences typically.
Yeah.
But as she stands, her hips, her shoulders, her knees, everything basically pops because of the tension that she was holding in her body, trying to get her nerves back under control after that eye contact.
She would feel soft hands at her back, and she would, as though through an entire wad of cotton, hear Ethel's voice. Are you all right? Are you all right?
I'm okay. I get the impression that if they were trying to hurt me, we would no longer be having a conversation. I'm okay.
And the Uxelesh Nightwing is looking at you, but no longer do her eyes rip you apart. Instead, holding eye contact with her is uncomfortable, like a familiar uncomfortable. You want to look away. But her face, you don't detect any sign of malice or even intensity in her face, even though when she first turned, it was this momentary mask of, like, primal terror.
Because I said something that no human should
Precisely.
utter. Like, and Rhiannon knew that was going to happen. She expected not necessarily that, but something dramatic, especially for the typically incredibly stoic Nightwings.
And she would say to you quietly and politely, "Sit at my feet, Rhiannon."
As you wish. And she will do that.
It's like a little ottoman next to the end of the couch.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be on the ground. Okay, yes. She'll just sit neatly on the ottoman.
Ethel sits next to you on the floor with her hands in her lap.
Thank you for meeting with me. And I heard recently what happened. I'm sorry to hear that.
I had hoped you might know of why.
I was not present for the event. I've heard that someone was trying to defend themselves, but that's the extent I really understand.
I see. Given that you are blameless in the course of events, you are welcome here at my feet, and perhaps you may tell me more of this strange place that you represent.
I wish that I could, but in truth I'm not privy to its secrets.
I'm aware.
I could tell you of home, but...
Tell me of home, then.
Course.
I wish to know.
Well, the land I come from, it's called Wisteria. Once it was beautiful. It was steeped deeply in nature magic, and everything could grow and thrive there. But the person who currently rules it has changed it beyond recognition. I don't intend to just read my entire backstory out right now.
Of course.
Suffice to say, Rhiannon does give her sort of the big picture, and if she probes, Rhiannon will also go into like her personal backstory.
Yep.
So I guess maybe if you have questions, it might be easier to answer questions.
That's fine.
than...
I remember a good amount because the former Yuxelish also asked very similar questions. In this particular case, to make sure you don't have to relitigate all it, something that Rhiannon would notice is she sometimes will skip in her story. Like, in her mind, she's saying everything in detail. But in truth, she realizes she's only saying, like, every 10th sentence. With...
I'm not talking fast enough for her.
Quite, yes. She's like, all right, let's just keep it going. But you notice that
she's pressing B to skip dialogue.
Precisely. Could not have said it better. And her incursion into your mind is much more gentle now. Much, much more gentle. But as Rhiannon is speaking, let's jump back downstairs to Chadwyn and Siri. Chadwyn first, and then Siri, and then back to Chadwyn. Chadwyn, as Siri is taking her leave from you and starting to make her way upstairs, anything that you would like to do?
Yeah. Chadwyn looks at her go. He's going to close his eyes, take a deep breath, and head back into the conversation.
Yeah.
Compose himself. So, man, this is such an amazing structure that you live in. You know, when I was a kid, man, we would climb up trees and it would feel like it was as big and as beautiful as this tree, but this is like nothing I've ever seen before. I'm so jealous. I really am.
She smiles more and more widely as she says, "Tell me of your childhood then."
Yeah. I did a lot of exploring. I'd explore mountains, hills. I'd go swimming. I'd go on my kayak, and you know I'd climb trees. Not quite like this, but you know, big-ish. You know.
As he is saying this, he can see that he can actually feel more of the Nightwing as he is speaking, and he can feel her. There's no better word for it. She finds it cute and endearing, and is enjoying listening to him talk. As you are doing so, she would, at one point, it's not an interruption because your voice would kind of falter in your throat before she speaks to give her a moment. But she would say, "Do you make music?"
Do I make music? I mean, you know, I've dabbled with bongos and harmonicas, but I never really picked it up long enough to show off, you know. Do you make music?
You have nothing to show off. I wish to hear your music.
Okay. Yeah. He'll reach into his bag and pull out a harmonica.
That's totally appropriate for him. Now, is Chadwyn a complete and utter newbie at harmonica, or can he, like, carry a basic tune?
He knows his scales.
Yeah. Does he have any skill stat to speak of?
No.
Nice. So in that case, what's he going to play, if anything?
He'll play Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
Yeah,
and you can actually see that the Nightwing actually closes her eyes and looks like she's enjoying it, even if from kind of like a perspective, you know what I mean? Just kind of listens. Yeah. And after he finishes on the harmonica, he can see that she's still smiling wide and actually gets up out of her hammock. This would be, I don't know how big, how tall Chadwyn is.
It's about average. He's about 5'10".
Yeah.
Kind of normal.
Yeah, she's a good deal taller, like over a head taller. And again, with that like kind of strange yellow jacket-like figure. But as she would kind of stalk to her feet on her kind of uncannily long legs, she would put her rapier at her side, and Chadwyn would also, as she gets to her feet, kind of hear clicking from her outfit, presumably the sound of like muffled metal or armor underneath her clothing. And she would say,
Many humans would come looking for a reward, but you don't.
No, I want a reward. I want to know who you are. You know, I'd wish to connect with you, hopefully, and that would be my reward.
No money to pay your debts. No food to feed your family. No need for any of those things.
No, I got plenty of food. I actually have some granola. I don't know if you would like it, but I have strawberry, blueberry, vanilla. You you probably wouldn't want it, but if you know, it is open for you. Yeah. He'll pull out a blueberry granola bar and hand her it.
and you can see that she holds it up, takes a glove out of her pocket, puts on the glove, and then puts on a different glove, like little dainty little gloves, and like picks out each individual fleck of granola and puts them one by one between her teeth, and kind of like tries them piece by piece. And as she is doing so, she says,
Do you have a care in the world? Do you have ambitions?
Ambitions. Yeah, I wanna look around. I want to explore. This is exactly my ambition. You know, kind of meeting you and meeting other people and I'd say I'm happy, content.
Have you ever failed at your ambitions?
I don't think so. I think even if I were to fail at my ambitions, I would still kind of win. I'm also very fortunate enough to be able to have the lifestyle that I want to have, and I'm appreciative of that. But I don't think I've failed yet. I think maybe when I die, I'll fail. Because then I won't get to explore anymore, you know?
she thinks about this for a second, and she would say,
And the only thing you ask of me is for information beyond what a Morm is entitled to.
I guess so.
She smiles and chuckles to herself again, and says,
And then what will you do? You are here for a reason, though a complicated one, and one that I cannot fully grasp.
Yeah, I don't even really know myself.
That
Yeah,
would
I think
explain it, wouldn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think I need to get my friends to like talk to some more Nightwings, like you. And the reason I came up to talk to you is because
Nightwing.
I believe also Dineshta,
Danishta.
like a if I were to say something in Spanish with like a very English accent, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Hola, Dineshta. That's a
great.
kind of vibe.
And
If that's a better name.
she says,
Nightwing will do. Dineshta will do.
she's still intensely amused by all this, and she says,
So to talk to Nightwing, as you say, brought here the man of no wants. Man of no wants. Curious.
and after a moment she would say,
Do you ask for my permission? If you ask for my assistance, I cannot provide any. I am of lowly rank.
You seem pretty high to me.
She says it quite frankly, and still has that amused smile about her face. And she says,
Well, for the man who wants nothing.
and she reaches from a pouch and takes a beautiful, smooth rock. It is a crystal that Chadwyn would recognize.
Oh my god, what kind of crystal is it?
Carnelian.
Oh my god.
It's beautifully polished, almost perfectly round. In fact, perfectly round to his eyes. But as she offers it to him, he can feel, thanks to that 3 pluses to spirit, that this is profoundly personal. And she offers it and says, "For the morm who wants nothing."
You're giving this to me? But why would you? I am so appreciative of this gift, but I don't know if I'm deserving yet, you know?
You are not. Take it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'll grab it. And he'll take off his bandana and he'll wrap it up in the bandana on his head, and he'll put it in a side pocket on his backpack.
Remind me Chadwyn's luck stat.
4.
Oh, awesome. Because of that, Chadwyn would happen to notice her brilliant irises are identical in color to the carnelian.
Okay, before putting it in his thing, actually, he's gonna hold it. Does he This is a normal crystal. Does he feel anything coming off of it? Any energy? Any vibes?
Okay, the answer is abundantly yes. Besides it being a very personal thing, there's something else to it. In the same way that being in her presence, a human in the presence of a Nightwing, is physiologically uncomfortable. I mean, for Chadwyn, less uncomfortable, and we're like, wow, this is interesting, right? But the crystal is the same. It gives the same feeling as being in her presence.
Wow, okay. I'm going to hold on to this. This is thank you.
And you can see that she has already looked away and is lounging back into her hammock, and with one hand flips open the book that she was reading to the exact page she was on before without counting the pages.
Have a nice one. I'll see you around.
And the last thing Chadwyn would hear from her is another of those raspy crow giggles.
Oh my god, Aura.
And before we go further, Siri, are you going to be hurrying to catch up with Rhiannon?
I think
Or are you going
Siri
somewhere else?
starts. I think Siri starts hurrying and then pauses, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna get freaked out real soon. So I'm gonna try some magic bullshit and see if it helps. Is there anybody nearby? Like, if I do a little look around, are there any of the Nightwings?
Looking for Nightwing. Given that you've
I'm hoping
gone up a stair or two, you're near 1 or 2 landings that lead to some of those rooms that are built into the outside of the tree, accessed from the inside, but there are none in eyeshot of you.
Okay. I think their magic works by looking at you, so I think I'm good. Here's the bullshit that I'm hoping to figure out. So I have my memory version of Viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm hoping is to do that, a reverse version of that, so a memory of mine goes somewhere else, and I want to put it in my witch hat, and then hopefully it stays there.
Oh, that's so cool. Paired action. Fucking do it, Mary.
I got my hat over there, but I'm not gonna get up. Basically,
No,
take
get
her hat.
up, please. I want to
Okay.
see the hat.
I'm gonna have
This
to leave
is-
my headphones off for a second.
Yeah, that is... Okay, I mean, she can't hear me, but it's
That's
fine.
such a cool idea.
Take the
It's
hat.
such a cool idea.
Think about specifically prophecy and bad symbol, because that's the shit she's scared about getting read it, and then just try to, oh, my hat is too stiff, dang it. A less stiff hat, pull it all the way over her head, and just, like, scream it in her mind to the point where, so, I believe you can't scream in your own head, but magic, she's gonna scream in her own head to get it into the hat.
Oh.
And now headphones back on.
That is fantastic. I love it. And viewpoint goes on cooldown.
Yep.
And as soon as she does so, she would not be able to remember the thing that she just put into the hat. But she knows she put something into the hat.
Boom! I am proud of myself. I don't remember why, though.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And
all right,
as you've done so, hat kind of like pops back up on either side. Yep. What would you like to do from here?
From here, I'm gonna go catch up with Rhiannon.
Okay. And fortunately, this is easily done because farers. And so all you end up having to do is just climb until you come into sight of a big white snake and an egret hippogriff looking intensely uncomfortable.
You two okay?
And as you say that, they both look around, and Gurley goes, and Tallow gives kind of like of his head. And you can see Sheila and Falstaff are on either side of them. Falstaff is like kind of cradling Gurley's head, and Sheila is kind of whispering to Tallow. And as Tallow kind of does this, he would kind of like slide over to Siri and like kind of flop, not over her like head in a way that crushes her hat, but like over the brim in like kind of like a sort of way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna be fine. They're competent. Can I like take a peek and see what's going on in there?
Yeah, and peering inside, you would in fact see Ethel and Rhiannon sitting at the feet of a couch. The Nightwing is only barely visible, with the arch of the couch blocking most of her body.
Okay. Seems like they're doing all right. Do those guys peeking in? Do those guys look like? I have no idea how I would get the vibe on this, but how, like, on a scale of like 1 to 10, with the lady we met outside being 1 and 10 being a mystery, where do these people lie in importance?
Okay, just going off of outfits and body language and like surroundings. Probably a 5. I mean, by Siri standards, they'd be like a 30, but like judging by the fact that these things are clearly on like such a great level that you have to adjust your expectations. They're distinctly above the woman below, just in terms of raw outfit. You do see that while they do wear makeup, Siri would be able to actually pick out the one down below wasn't wearing makeup, but these ones have teeny tiny little gemstones affixed to their faces like constellations and patterns all over them.
Oh, cute.
And so they again just scream wealth. Even many of them have little gems set among their hair.
It's nighttime, right?
It's kind of always, it's not always
I look
nighttime,
up?
but it's often nighttime. And looking outside, it's either night or twilight, and the tree is making it very dark.
Can I see the stars?
No, the tree blocks them.
Okay, I'll make some up. I go over to Dame Sheila, or do I want to do this on myself or her? I could do it on both. It seems small enough. Can I do your makeup?
My what?
She leans over and points and is like, they all have like cute little gems. I think maybe.
Me? I don't think so.
She turns to the guy. I forget his name.
Falstaff just gives you like a. And
not a
she
no.
like nudges him and says, "She's a queen. Come on."
Not yet. You can say no.
Falstaff says, "How about you do it for Ethel?"
Leans in. How's Ethel looking?
Ethel is sitting next to Rhiannon. Now, all of the Seekers are like travel beaten. You know what I mean? Like, Ethel was clearly wearing rather a nice little travel dress when she got out. It's rags. They're all in terrible condition. Ethel has definitely made an effort to try to keep her hair combed, but only barely succeeded. Her face is clean. Sheila and Falstaff seem to have given up on the whole getting the dirt off a long time ago.
Okay, Siri's gonna enter the room then.
As she walks in, immediately, every single hair on end like cotton in her ears. Her tongue feels like it's swelling up. Her eyes both want to open and snap shut and look at the floor all at the same time. And it feels as though there's a string at the top of her head that pulls her straight up.
Good for my posture. Let's embrace it and go. Okay.
Your feet don't want to move.
I'm gonna take a step back. Can I take a step back, or is
No.
it just like completely frozen?
Frozen.
Okay, cool.
And then you feel a nudge as Tallow puts his snoot in the back of the small of your back and shoves you forward, and that gives you the impetus to take a step.
Okay, I know something went into my hat. I don't remember what, but surely I did. I'm gonna give it to to Tallow.
Do you want to put the hat on his little snake head?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see him kind of like wiggle a little bit, and then you can see him go over to like a window to check himself out.
Okay. Hopefully that distracts me enough, and I can walk in
Yeah.
because this is
You
important.
can take a
I'm
couple of
doing
steps
this.
in, though. In this, you know the like don't trip, and it makes you trip
Yep.
sort of way. Like you feel yourself being like weirdly clumsy as you enter the room.
Okay. Do I have another magnolia?
Sure, I'd give you it.
Okay, can I just like hold it for vibes? Like, so that I don't die because I'm doing this to be a good future queen. Okay. And I get to do makeup, and that's fun, and that's cool, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to do somebody's makeup, and it's gonna be a cute, good time. Okay, let's go.
You would reach Rhiannon and Ethel and Rhiannon, you would not even notice that Siri is approaching. Rhiannon would be so dominated by the Nightwing's presence that she has no ability to like perceive what else is going on, and she's been again doing this kind of disjointed rambling about home, which the Nightwing is filling in the gaps of. Until Siri almost trips into Ethel, who squeaks and almost like tumbles into Rhiannon, who wouldn't squeak, but would be kind of like snapped out of it to some degree.
I think there's an immediate reflex to like catch Siri.
Yeah.
It's not even a conscious thought. She doesn't necessarily look. It's just like hands snapping out.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
As Siri is saying this, you can see that the Uxelesh who you were speaking with would say matter-of-factly to Rhiannon, "The shaking of the morn is not so easy when first experienced, is it not?"
No, it's not. This is Siri. I'm sure you're already aware, but customs and all that.
Only somewhat.
This is... Well, I would refer to her as the Lady Uxelesh for now, but...
She doesn't protest the term.
I have to introduce her in some way.
Mm-hmm. And Siri, where are your eyes?
I'm doing a deep bow, and that's my excuse, and I'm looking down.
The Nightwing, as Siri is bowing, says, "Not a particularly fitting posture for a queen."
I'm not one yet.
Practice.
Fuck. Oh, God. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna try. I'll try. Oh, God. I'm gonna
If
stay in the
Siri
bow, but
will-
just look up.
If
Yep.
Siri will allow it, Rhiannon will take her hand and try to like provide some comfort and
That
reassurance.
would be lovely.
Yeah, actually, Rhiannon taking her hand would be what Siri would need to look up, and immediately she would fall into her eyes. And for Siri, it is far worse than the other two. Chadwyn's mind is of a nature that this is not that bad of a sensation for him. Rhiannon's had it happen before. For Siri, though, she gets it full blast. A plumbing of her brain, as though she is being turned inside out. She feels like a child being changed out of a diaper. She feels like a prom night date who's been stood up. She feels like every eye in the world is on her, and that none of them care. But then she finds herself on the floor, shaking all over and convulsing and dry heaving, with sweat pouring out of her from every orifice. Rhiannon, you would feel Siri seize up, convulse with her head like locked in place, and then just completely hit the deck. You would be able to stop her from hitting the deck particularly hard, and Lady Ethel would, of course, squeak and try her best to help her. But Siri it would feel to Siri like she just had like an entire 48-hour flu in the span of about a minute.
Yep.
All right, so what I'd like to do, just since I've got her hand, can we say that I sort of stood up a bit to help her when she initially came in?
Yep.
So Rhiannon kind of spins her, like with the hand that she's holding, and like guides her down to the ottoman.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. So Siri would not end up on her hands and knees at the very least. And Siri would then feel a little bit of wet on her face as Ethel would actually take like a little small basin of water and like put water on her face. Oh, Your Majesty,
great look.
Your Majesty, it's all right.
It'll pass. It'll pass. It's okay. Just give her a minute, all right?
No, I'm looking back.
Yep.
No, I'm talking to Ethel.
Yep.
I know. I know, but I know. Siri doesn't know. Siri's looking back up.
Yep.
Got it.
Siri, making contact with the Nightwing again, would see that her face is impenetrable. But as soon as she looks, the Nightwing would say, "Queens are not often imposters." There would be the faintest hint of a mocking smile about her face.
It's not off cooldown. I can't do shit, and I hate everything. She's just gonna stay staring at her.
You would feel her eyes raking your mind, but it's more comfortable this time. It's like there's a couple of really nasty visceral analogies that I could use. It's like imagine having dental surgery before and after the Novocaine sets in.
Yay!
So it's still visceral and uncomfortable, but it's no longer painful, and you're conscious for it. And as she continues to kind of search through your mind, clearly kind of enjoying herself as she does so, she stops, her expression stops, and she looks back to Rhiannon, seemingly kind of going back to business, so to speak. And she says, "What have you brought me? You have brought me a to-be queen with a gap in her mind. You bring me this," she gestures to Ethel, not caring to elaborate, "and you bring me 3 others, plus 2 cur." You can see Ethel bristle.
Meaning the animals?
Yeah, you see Ethel bristles at that term, even though they're not hers. It's very offensive to her. And she says to Rhiannon, "What am I to do with these?"
Well, I wouldn't presume to know the ambitions or capabilities of the Dineshta, but beyond that, Lady Ethel has her own talents. Among us, at least, they are significant. And... Sorry, just a quick clarification out of character.
Yep, you got it.
She's wanting to, like, unite the countries, so to speak, right? Like, she's after, like, a political alliance with the
Or
Nightwings?
rather, the Seekers, so to speak. The Seekers...
Okay, so not necessarily country as much as it is, like...
The Seekers are looking for
need
help. The Seekers are looking for help on behalf of the Questing Realms, on behalf of the king, because the Questing Realms is beset by enemies, and having an empire of superpowered magical demigods to the west, there's clearly some help to be had.
Right. Okay, and then as far as we know, is there a stated benefit to the Nightwings in this partnership, or is it just like... Okay, so it's just straight, like, suppliant, we're here for help, as far as we know.
As far as you know, but again, all you guys need to do is get them a meeting with someone high ranking.
Right. In truth, I'm not sure what benefit there is directly for House Uxalesh specifically, or the Dineshta more broadly. All I do know is that they need help, and you are powerful and regal, and beyond most anything we can dream of.
As Rhiannon is saying this, Siri, do you have follow-ups? You had entered with the intention of doing makeup. Is this something you will pursue?
Real quick, vibe check. How long is Viewpoint gonna take to stop sucking?
Suck timer is not even halfway done.
Also, wait, vibe check. As soon as the so I know
I like
that
suck
something went
timer
in the
instead
hat.
of cooldown. That's a great term.
I know that something went in the hat.
Yeah.
I put it there for a reason.
Yep.
When Viewpoint goes off cooldown, is it gonna go back?
Viewpoint does have a finite duration, yes. Additionally, Viewpoint's cooldown does not typically start until its duration ends.
Which means the suck
But I love
timer doesn't
Viewpoint
even
so much.
Indeed,
And
the suck timer is going to be an issue unless you can energy work that puppy. While you are considering, however, Rhiannon, you're...
oh, I know exactly what I'm gonna do.
What are you doing?
I have thoughts, but it's not my abilities.
I'm gonna excuse myself for a moment. Actually, no. First, I'm gonna quick veneer Ethel. I won't do her makeup, but I'm just gonna make her look better because I think she might be insecure about. She tried to do her hair, which makes me think she would like to look better. So I'm just gonna like make her dress nice.
Do you actually want to like veneer her into what you've seen at court in the questing realms? Because you know what courtly, like you know what a lady would be done up as, and Ethel is a noble.
Yeah.
Yep. That's.
How much effort is that gonna take? Because I have a feeling I'm gonna be doing a bunch of shit.
It would be 20 seconds as opposed to 10 seconds.
Can I assist?
What would you do?
With my sort of observations of the Nightwing's courtly courtly garb, and like my memories, not necessarily of what Wisteria was actually like, because that predates Rhiannon, but of her like the stories she heard as a kid and things like that, and like give her this overly romanticized.
Well, along those lines,
vibe.
First of all, you'd have to know, one, that Siri was doing it, and two, you'd then have to like say aloud what you wanted to contribute.
Good point.
If I started doing it, because it takes 10 to 20 seconds, I'm gonna give her a low level one. She's not currently where like I gotta save my essence here.
That's fun, right?
Well, and the other side of this too is like you're gussying her up in front of the person you're gussying her up for. So like you can't even like salvage a first impression.
No, that's fine. I just want her to know that I have magic. That's another part of it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, fair.
And in that respect, after you do so, by the way, Ethel wouldn't even notice. The Nightwing, if she notices, does not care, or does not let on that she cares. But it's a nice, easy veneer. Quick little veneer. Would Siri leave the room?
Yes, I would like to.
And making her way back outside, she would see Tallow looking fantastic in his fresh hat.
Tallow, can you do something for me? The hat's got something inside of it, and I need you to have it.
The hat falls off Tallow's head as he like looks up to see it, but then
like, okay, I
he
don't
puts
know
his nose
exactly.
into the hat.
Okay. I don't know exactly how to do this. Oh god.
And he like blindly cone heads around with the hat for a little bit as Sheila kind of chuckles and says, "Come on, you, come on, don't ruin it. Oh, no, not near the window. No, careful. There we go." You can see that Tallow's antics do actually seem to be cheering up Gurley marginally, who's just kind of watching.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This is a several step process. Okay. She's gonna ask for Tallow to come with her on her like a little hidey spot on the stairs for a sec.
He blindly cone heads over.
Okay.
And like
here's
bumps
what we're gonna
into
do.
her hat first. Boink.
Does he need to help with this, or am I just doing this on my own? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Oh god. Okay, yep, we're just gonna go for it and we'll see what happens, because hats are magic, and then that's gonna help. Okay, great. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Take my mirror.
Yep.
And I'm gonna do the shit that me and Bruletta always do.
The classic.
So, okay. Take the hat. Take the mirror. Mirror in the hat.
Yep.
Because I viewpointed my memory into the hat.
Yep.
Viewpoint between me and the hat is still on.
Yes, it is.
Oh shit, I need my other mirror, and Rhiannon, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to go back in and awkwardly get the mirror. That sucks. Or I could just do it now. Fuck it. Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna go for it. Okay, take the mirror, crack it in half. That's step 1.
Yep.
Hopefully
the
I don't bleed.
classic.
Okay.
I have a question,
Yeah.
Robbie.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. So I don't know she's doing this, but I do know that the mirror was intended to be communication, and she's like essentially in the room.
Oh, she's left. She's gone outside.
I went to
of
my
this room.
hiding spot.
She's gone out to the kind of like staircase area, with the room being rather separate off from that.
Okay, so this isn't like just outside a room. This is like
No, I didn't.
down the hall, like
Yeah.
gone.
She's,
Okay,
she's
never mind.
keeping a little ways away. It's a good point though to clarify, of course.
Well, my thinking was I was gonna like trick shot the compact out into the hallway by having it like bounce
Oh,
off
that
table
would've been
legs and
great.
stuff.
Totally valid.
Just
if
pinball out of the room.
completely
but-
valid if she could get the word to you.
Right.
Thank you, Robbie. That was extremely kind of you. I would
You're
like
welcome.
to use the mirror to contact me.
There you go. And Rhiannon, though you are still in this interaction with this Nightwing, she is not grasping you so tightly that you cannot have possession of some of your senses. And in this case, the fact that the mirror Siri gave you would suddenly kind of like, it wouldn't vibrate, right? It's not a phone, but it would kind of like pulse in like a way that you would notice.
Oh, that must be what she was talking about. And she'll like open up the compact.
Yep, and you would see Siri's face. It is a video, almost like a video chat, but magically speaking.
Oh, that is special.
Thanks. I'm really sorry. This is really cool, but I actually need the mirror back now. Can you get it in the hall, please?
Yeah, I can do that. Give me just a moment. I'll get it back to you.
Okay, thanks. And she's gonna put the mirror down.
Yep.
So, just to clarify, how big is this room?
The room that you're in right now, think of it like a smoking lounge, right? So its maximum like comfortable capacity of people would be like 30-ish people.
Okay, so we're not talking like ballroom. We're talking like lounge, like you said, a lounge. Okay, so my lady Uxalesh, give me one moment, please. While I don't possess much in the way of magic, I can show you what I'm capable of, at least. And so Rhiannon closes the compact. She kind of like manipulates it a little bit in her hands just to get a feel for the weight and the shape and everything.
Easily done.
And then
It's like a little puck.
yeah, I was gonna say she like tucks it in the palm of her hand in between one finger, like she's gonna skip rocks across a lake. And she sort of like looks around the room, gauges distances and angles and all that jazz, and then like winds back and hucks it with a twist of the hips. And like what happens is it at first it bounces off of like a low hanging sort of light, like the center of a chandelier, not any of the stones, because obviously she's not trying to break anything. It decks off of one of those, angles down, hits like a table leg, causes that to go skittering across the floor. It knocks off of someone's. Can we say that there's like well, they wouldn't have baggage or anything like that, would they?
I see what you're going for. There could totally be some sort of like soft, heavy cloth thing on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, like someone's train or something like that just sort of slows it down a little bit as it gets close to the door, and it like ends up sort of skittering into the hallway almost.
Mm.
Not like it has legs, obviously, but like
Of course.
it's not a smooth sail into the hallway. It's like clattering so that Siri knows where it is.
For the first time, Rhiannon would notice other Nightwing's eyes as they follow the trajectory of the throne compact. And Siri would hear, oh, look at that, as the compact goes between Sheila's legs and ends up not even 6 feet away from Siri in the hallway. Tallow immediately noses down to investigate, and he kind of like helpfully nudges it over to you.
Alright. So we're gonna do, Tallow. There's a thought in the hat. And I need you to think that thought because they can read minds, but I don't think they're gonna read your mind. Okay? I don't know what the thought is. I don't remember. I think it might be bad.
And Tallow kind of wiggles his body for a moment. He has a very expressive face for a snake. And he kind of loops over to you. Tallow is able to keep like the first third of his body off the ground pretty comfortably. And so he would actually drape himself around Siri's shoulders like a feather boa, but he wouldn't put any weight on her. So he has like his front part supporting the weight on one side and his hind part supporting the weight on the other side, and loops the rest of him around her. And as he does so, you hear Sheila say, "There you go. Go on. I know you have it in you. Let's walk through it, shall we?" And she comes over to him and says, "Now, what's a good way to think about this? What do you think, lad? What do we have on our mind? Is it like a dance? No, I don't think it would be much like a dance, thinking someone else's thoughts. What would it be like?"
I don't know.
What do you think, Tallow? Tallow's on the ground, and you see that you can't see his face because the brim of the hat is over it. But you feel him kind of like hold position. And then he kind of shifts, and Siri would feel herself kind of move gently by one of his coils as he kind of like slides her butt onto his like saddle area to get her onto his back. And she says, "That's probably not a bad idea." And she says, she would say to Siri, "Could we apologize and retroactively to the king for a brief canter with you?"
That's certainly fine.
And Sheila would say, "Right, I'll warn you, I'm terrible at this." And she would offer a hand to Siri.
Yep, I'll take it.
Cantering, for those who don't know, is the formal dance form of the questing realms, and it involves a farer. So it's the knight and their farer dancing with someone. Chet is an incredible canterer. Sheila is not. Sheila's a very clumsy canterer. She's not practiced whatsoever. And Tallow is enthusiastic, but goofy, He just kind of noodles around. But as he is doing so, you see that he just keeps kind of like undulating and looping and trying to get his face like next to Siri's and you can see his eyes are often closed as he's trying to focus.
Great. So in this moment, I would like to, oh god, it's going to be kind of hard to balance, but I'm going to try to put my head as close to his head as possible.
He can bunch up his loops to like make sure you don't slip.
Oh, I don't have enough hands. Okay, I'm just going to try to balance the hat. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Here's the plan. It's a bad plan. And I'm going to give you the downside immediately because it could go bad.
Please.
So, the thought is hold out both mirrors so it does that thing where it reflects infinitely.
Of course.
And then the issue is I have no idea what the thought is. So
oh, excuse me, I'm getting a knock on my door. Y'all. All right, do you want to say good night?
I'm going to use this moment to step away real quick. I'll be right back.
Hey, good night.
this isn't gonna work.
I know, I'm covering his little butt.
You got it.
I'm coming up with this whole fucking setup. It's not gonna
Can I say
happen.
good night? Yeah.
Good night.
Meow.
Straight up's just not gonna work.
Thank you, love.
I believe.
I don't. I'm gonna tell you, one time I came up with an idea that I thought really would work and then it was shot out of the sky.
Oh, you got a hug?
Aw.
Lucky.
I came up with
Alright,
a
pardon me.
foolproof plan. I was like, this is definitely gonna work. And then Robbie exploded the fake man that I made while he was floating. I've come up with bad ideas
The
frequently.
classic. I love that.
That's the best part, is watching your bad ideas.
All right,
fail.
let's hear it. What do you got? Then we're going to
Alright,
jump back to
so-
Chadwyn.
The mirrors are going infinitely.
Yep.
The reason why it needs to be the three of us, there's me, who has the memory originally.
Yep.
There's the hat that currently has the hat.
Yep.
And then there's Tallow, who's gonna have the memory at some point. Hopefully soon if I pull this off. So, getting the mirrors up. I don't know what the memory is, but it was mine originally. So what I'm gonna do is, oh my god, I don't have enough hands. Okay, we're just gonna fucking try. And I can't lift my
You're
foot up.
cantering.
Okay.
Sheila has hands.
Sheila, can you hold this mirror?
Of course, gotcha.
Okay, great. Make sure that the angle's right. It's gotta go into the other one. Okay.
Sheila is not the kind to blush, but you would notice that she is blushing given how badly she is cantering.
That's fine. It's okay. Okay, so that's going back and forth. I'm going to reach into the hat, and while it's on both of our heads, god fucking damn it, this fucking eagle, just push a phantasm out of it. I have no idea what the phantasm is, because I don't know what this is. Push the phantasm out of it. Now the phantasm is also in the infinite mirror loop, right?
Sick. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go, okay, Sheila, on the count of 3, we're gonna drop the mirror. It's gonna shatter, both of them. And then it's whatever thought was there is hopefully gonna get into one of us, and we'll see who it is. And I have +1 or 2 to luck, and we're just gonna hope it goes in his house.
Are you sure we should break it?
Yep, it's gonna break, it's gonna shatter, and it's not gonna get on either of us because we're really good and strong women. Okay.
All right.
You ready?
If
Yep.
you insist.
Okay. Yep. Okay. 3, 2, 1, drop.
The mirrors smash, and then you feel Tallow move, and you hear like a, and you can see that his mouth is gonna as he snapped out his jaws. Sheila says,
You okay?
"I don't remember anything," and then she's,
It's not a.
"Tallow,
is it
did
in
you
my
get
head?
it? Tallow, did you get it?" And Tallow goes,
Okay. Great. And now, final test. Because what I'm hoping is because it transferred not in a viewpoint technically, that if I end viewpoint, it won't go back to me.
"Do you wish to do so?"
Yes.
And as you end the viewpoint, you still don't remember. You got it. Nicely done.
Nice.
You can
Sick
see
nasty. All right.
Tallow
I don't
is
know why
kind
I
of-
did all of that.
Tallow is clearly pondering his new memory.
Is it
But-
bad?
He's not acting in a bad way, just curious. But before we go further, Chadwyn. Where will Chadwyn be going from here?
Chadwyn will walk up the stairs that the team went through, but he's kind of hoping to get sidetracked.
Sure. What would he want to get sidetracked by, or be willing to get sidetracked by? Because there's a lot of stuff.
Something interesting.
Okay,
Probably the first thing, then.
I got interesting for you, my friend.
Perfect.
First interesting thing, dumbwaiter.
He's human?
It's person-sized. Do you know what a dumbwaiter is?
No.
A dumbwaiter is a manual elevator that was used in old manors to get things up and down floors without having to walk the stairs.
Okay, yep.
Yep.
I have a human-sized dumbwaiter elevator in my childhood home. It's sick. It hurts your hands to use.
Yes, they are very uncomfortable. But in this case, this dumbwaiter, it would look to Chadwyn just like an elevator, right? Like an elevator with like a crank, like a rope pulley in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he's from a trailer park, so he's never seen anything like this, but
Yeah.
elevator.
Yeah, if coming from a trailer park, he might look at it like part of a train cart. Might be an analogy he might
Got
draw.
it. And it's moving, or it's just...
He sees it come to like this level, and its doors open, and like a human servant come out with an empty tray.
Oh man, that's really interesting.
The servant
Man, that
looks
must be
around
so
at
good
you.
for logistics, man.
The servant looks around at you, looks very uncomfortable, and gives like a little.
Hey, does that go all throughout the tree, or just like, up
Uh,
and down?
Yes, it goes all the way up. There are 4.
Oh, there are 4. Oh, well, you mind if I hop in? You seem like you're busy. Why don't you go ahead, and I'll keep watch. Type of.
Very, very well.
All right, have a good one, man.
Okay, she would
or woman.
walk away and very like look over shoulder, 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 and then go through a doorway, stick her head back out, and then go into the doorway properly.
All right, Chadwyn's gonna climb in, start
Yeah.
pressing buttons.
And as he gets in, he sees, rather than buttons, he sees kind of like an old timey, almost like a ticker sign at the top that shows presumably what floor you're on. It's in Metro, so you can actually read it. But even though there's no buttons per se, there is that rope like a pulley in the center that definitely looks pullable in two directions.
Okay, I'll try to pull it so it goes up.
And just like give like a little ding dong on one, it would start moving by itself magically. He would pass up the second, these are all labeled, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th floor, and then it would stop. The floor is labeled on the little ticker sign as the Crown.
Perfect. Let's hop on out.
And stepping out, it's another gorgeous atrium. This one is smaller than the ones that you've been in, has panoramic windows looking around, and you can see that it has offshoots like a big staircase tunnels that seem to follow up the tree's major branches at the point where the trunk meets the upper branches, so the crown of the tree. It is, again, reasonably well labeled in both Metro and the maybe the Nightwing language, maybe a local human language. It looks kind of Nightwingish, the writing here. But also, as he would step out, there are even a handful of Nightwing who are up here. You see that there are two men who have drinks and are speaking to each other by a window. There's another one who's coming down from one of the big, like, upper branch hallways. And there's another one kind of, like, leaning by one of the staircases in, like, a more of a threatening stance. Not looking at you, but just kind of, like, scowling around, looking tough, with quite a few weapons on his person.
Okay, Chadwyn will walk up to the two that are talking to each other, but he's not walking close enough for like him to be included.
Yeah.
He's just kind of like in the vicinity,
Totally.
kind of like looking.
You see that they speak to each other. It's weird watching them talk. It's like kind of like an early video game NPC conversation, because there's these like big weird pauses. They'll like say something in a language you don't understand, then they'll pause and they'll seem to be like frozen, and then they'll say another thing and then it pause. So it's very kind of clipped and disjointed.
Mm. How's it going? Excuse me.
As he would say this, you can see that the once again you would feel the Nightwings notice your presence, but are initially like, maybe not reluctant is the right word, but initially do not acknowledge your presence and continue to speak with each other.
Chadwyn will kind of like talk to them, but like look around. Man, what a beautiful home you guys have. I'm really envious. I mean, Mother Nature did her job here. That she did.
You would actually feel something off of one of them. It's an interesting feeling, which is the strong urge to correct someone.
Correct someone?
Yeah. The actually emotion, shall we call it.
Maybe not Mother Nature. Maybe I should say Mother Nightwing, probably.
And you can see that as you say this, their conversation stops. And one of them, the one that you got that feeling off, looks at you, and you feel that like the like laser eye sensation of them kind of like scanning you. Chadwyn would feel as though an invisible hand, his head turned to face the Nightwing. And given that it's happened to him before, he's not unready for having his mind ripped by the Nightwing's eyes, but This one is less intense than the last one, mostly because you're ready for it, like going on a roller coaster for the second time. It also feels like it lasts less long. And the Nightwing would say to you, once you kind of swim back to consciousness,
Uncommon perceptive abilities.
Thank you.
long pause.
Should I go? Oh,
Long pause. You can go.
yeah, so I think I'm looking for, I guess, the bigwig Nightwings around here. I got some friends who need to talk to them, and I hopped in that that upper and downer mechanism you guys got here. Very, very well made. Too clever for me to know how to make, but you know, you guys have really good craftsmanship here. I can tell. Yeah, I was wondering if where I could talk to them.
The Nightwing keeps your eyes for quite some time. Chadwyn would not be able to look away nor blink and would start to feel a little uncomfortable. But then the Nightwing would say,
You may not.
Do you mind if I just ask why? I'm not challenging you. I'm just curious. I'm not from around here, and I don't know the cultural restrictions. Is that okay for me to ask?
you see that the Nightwing kind of pulls his head back and reconsiders slightly and says,
You may ask. Your station does not befit that request.
My station. I'm pretty simple. What would station mean here?
Rank.
Got it. Thank you. Do you know how I can get a higher rank?
That's a good line. And as you would say this, the Nightwing actually, in a similar manner to the one below, you can feel the faintest little tinge of amusement. As the Nightwing would say,
By perhaps an accident of birth, I would judge that to be impossible.
Yeah. So I'm not a Nightwing. Got it.
the Nightwing gives one nod and says,
Or you are the most powerful of my kind to ever be known.
Yeah, I don't think I'm very powerful. I'm actually I don't even think I could bench one plate. So that's gonna be a no from me, man. But hey, listen, I appreciate you guys taking the time to talk to me, and I'm just gonna find my friends. So thank you so much.
You have something on your person.
I do, yeah. A Nightwing gave me a stone. Yeah,
I know.
I assume that's what you're thinking of.
Why?
I don't know. I've been sitting with it. I've been holding it, and I've been sitting with the kind of the energy it gives me, and I guess I'm still not really sure.
you see that they exchange a brief set of curt words with each other in their own language. And one of them, the one who you have not been speaking to, would say aloud,
That is likely to be the greatest gift of your life, Morm.
It meant a lot when she gave it to me. And I have a feeling you might be right. I think this might be a great gift as well, you know, this conversation.
And you can see that the amusement creeps into their tone a little more pronouncedly. Subtle, but present. And as you say this, the one that you were speaking to says,
Perhaps you had better find your way back to your delegation.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your night.
they're both very visibly amused at this point. And the one that you were speaking to looks over your shoulder and gives kind of a slight head tilt. And you would hear kind of a shuffle behind you as the intimidating bodyguard-looking Nightwing slides to the side and leaves the stairs open for you.
I'll give him a nod of like a cool guy nod.
Yeah, cool guy
Walk
nod.
past.
He gives you a
Yep.
cool guy stare into the distance and not acknowledge your presence.
Ouch. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Will Chadwyn actually make his way like back to find everyone else?
Yeah, Chadwyn's creeped out now. He just wants to find his friends.
Is he going to get distracted again? Because there's stuff to get distracted by.
I'm sure there is.
There's one big one. Let me start with that.
Yeah, he's gonna get distracted again. Sorry.
Getting on
Yes.
the stairs that, crisscross and have this big open space. Remember when I just said when you first entered, there was like a solid floor that obstructed your view of going, like looking all the way up the tree? You're on the other side of that solid floor and you can see it for clear now. It's a dance floor. And there are dozens of Nightwing on it. And there's music playing from a human band.
What's the genre of music?
The way I would describe the genre, let me think if I can put this to terms. It's very Baroque orchestral, played in a strong minor key, with what we might think of now as being like almost a swing pacing to it.
Okay. Chadwyn's gonna make his way down.
And as
Looks like a
Chadwyn
blast.
trots his way downstairs, he can see Nightwing coming and going. You can see them pairing off with each other. He can see them talking. He can also see them for the first time smiling, laughing, batting their eyes at each other, bowing low. And as he gets closer, he would also see that the human musicians who are playing are being treated very well. In fact, he can see that many Nightwing are placing those strange feather-shaped coins at their feet as, tips. But given what he heard earlier, not that he necessarily remembers, of how expensive those coins are by human standards, it's a substantial amount of money. Yep,
Is there any people dancing, or is it just Nightwing?
just Nightwing.
Oof.
Ooh, wait a second. You have 4 luck.
I do.
Yeah. 2 humans dancing out of about 5 dozen people.
Oh, sweet.
Each one with a Nightwing partner.
Oh. So everyone has their own partners.
Yep, there's a handful of people who dance in threes or dance alone, and there's some people who just kind of mill about. But of the dancers, the 2 humans are dancing with Nightwing partners.
All right. Chadwyn's an indulgent guy. He's gonna get in there. I mean, he's not gonna get in there, but he's gonna be on the outskirts, kind of listening to the music, trying to find a rhythm.
Yep.
Trying to find a beat a little bit.
Something he would note is that the Nightwing are impeccable dancers. God, I just realized bird, haha, impeccable. Anyways, but also they have a very robotic nature to their dancing. It's perfect, but there's no soul, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And the 2 human dance partners that you can see, one man, one woman, both on our other sides of the floor, they both look like they're having literally the time of their lives, and both of them are being treated marvelously well their Nightwing partners seem very pleased with them, and other Nightwing look on, not disapprovingly.
Okay. Chadwyn's gonna find his rhythm and try and spot a solo Nightwing.
Yep, that is easily done. You do have 4+ to luck. My main question for you is, does Chadwyn have any experience with any sort of formal dancing?
No, he has 0 skill too, so...
Precisely. But that
Yeah.
is not necessarily a downside given him.
But he does have 2 vitality, so...
Precisely, yes.
Yeah.
Is he going to approach the solo Nightwing? Or you have a few options. What sort of Nightwing might you be looking for?
He's looking for a more timid Nightwing. Someone not as verbose or like perfect movement, maybe. Or they're all perfect.
They're all perfect, but now that
Yeah.
you've interacted with 2 Nightwing of wildly different social status, you can kind of pick out their rank.
Okay. Is there a so I can pick out their rank. Is there a high rank one who looks a little timid?
No.
Okay, I'll find a high rank one who's dancing alone.
Yep, that is absolutely doable. And you would eventually make your way to an older Nightwing. Nightwing, when they age, is quite curious, and you would have picked this out. Nightwing, when they age, their hair and their nails and their teeth go from white to black. So the darker their white parts, the older they are, but their dark blue-gray skin kind of starts to get more grayish and pale. So they kind of palette swap as they get older. But wrinkles, no. It's just kind of their color palette changes. He would, however, see very clearly this older, regal male Nightwing who dances alone with grand, sweeping movements and literally looks like he is pushing aside other Nightwing with his presence to make way for him. And you would see that he looks not, it's not ecstatic. It's not like a religious experience, right? But he looks blissful for a Nightwing.
So Chadwyn wants to get the vibe and understand a little bit of what would happen if he were to like approach this guy with his dance moves. So I think he wants to use Fork in the Road to kind of feel the vibes and the energy and kind of feel what would happen, and if he should go up and dance with him.
Yeah. And as Chadwyn does so, that's a really interesting fork in the road. Here, I'll give you an analogy here. Chadwyn, his little vision, he would see a little dog, like a little Scotty dog, prancing over to a human. And he would see that as the dog kind of like leaps up at the human would rub its cheeks and its chin. And the dog kind of bounces up and down happily. And that's where the vision ends.
Sweet. Chadwyn's going up. He's going to dance his way up.
And as he is making his way over with his goofy, sweet, corny dance moves, one issue. This Nightwing's aura of majesty is greater than any you have yet encountered. And so I'm going to need you, I'm going to be cutting away to Rhiannon. I'm going to need you to, when I cut back to you, give me a description for how Chadwyn will literally approach. How will he get himself to approach? How will he break through, so to speak, or at least let himself not be swept away by the aura of majesty that is compelling other Nightwing to make way for this one?
Okay.
While you are thinking, Rhiannon. And if Siri would return to Rhiannon, then she can be involved in this too. But is she going to be doing so, or is she going to stay outside for now?
I will do, but there's at least a little bit of time before then. So.
Yep, awesome. And Rhiannon, after skipping out the mirror, the Nightwing's eyes, you see many, follow the mirror. And as you throw it, you can see that you feel your gaze kind of pulled back to Lady Uxelish. And she would say,
That is great precision to be demonstrated by Morm.
Thank you. A lifetime built on skill, but also preserved by it.
and she would frown slightly and say,
Do you gamble?
Only if I know I'll win, which isn't really a gamble.
That is when I gamble as well.
and she says,
There is something you can do for me.
Please, enlighten me.
We have a game here, one of many. A game of skill.
and she would paint in the air a subtle illusion of shadow to illustrate. She says,
It is a game of carom.
and she would demonstrate like what looks like a little board, and then there's a disc, and it slid out across the board and knocks into another disc.
Like shuffleboard?
Very similar. She says,
I have honor to reclaim in this game.
And you would like me to reclaim that honor on your behalf? Okay. I can take... Well, if you'll pardon the pun, I can take a shot at it.
she says,
Good. This is something you can do for me.
I'd like to get more of a sense of the scale and flow of this game.
I will show you.
How big are these discs? Please, actually, yes, that would be marvelous.
and she says,
I have no need for this one.
and she gestures to Ethel.
I appreciate that. I do still have need of her, I think. Can she accompany me?
Do you have need of the others outside?
Perhaps not directly, but I think she does, yes. It is... We are something of an entourage this evening.
I see. Under my
you peered
family
into my
name,
mind.
it would seem.
That was something of an accident.
It
but
was no accident. You may redeem this by winning.
Of course.
And she would lead
She's
you...
like, you brought in all these animals.
Yeah,
And said they were mine.
exactly.
I didn't claim them.
Precisely
What the
that.
fuck?
And she would get to her feet, and with the beautiful regal runway model walk that they always have, she would stalk from the room. Ethel would look to you. You can see that she looks like she's like swallowing her entire throat in anticipation. But she would give you like a little...
Good job.
So far, we're not out of the woods yet.
Not even close. We're not even out of the tree.
I will follow the Lady Uxeles, and we will see what happens. Uxelesh.
As you do so, you're brought out among the Seekers and Siri. You would see the rather comical sight of Siri being helped off of Tallow, who is wearing her hat, and 2 broken mirrors on the ground.
I want the shards. Give them to me. I'm not making this mistake again. Let get the shards.
Siri is scooping up the shards, even funnier, and she'll be like, "No, Your Majesty, let me help you with that. I should handle
I'm
that."
not quite. Just okay. Thank you. Can you put it in the hat?
Yes, of course. But that goes on Tallow's head, though. Or does it anymore? It doesn't have to anymore. Tallow, do you like your hat?
Do I have a bag?
Tallow nods. He likes his hat. And she says, no. You use my bag. I have it for you.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if I have like a pouch on my bandolier or something like that, that I could just quickly remove, that would also be an option.
Sheila is seems to be happy to handle
Okay.
this. You can see that Falstaff is kind of like off to the side by the window, clearly completely bemused and, like, grinding his teeth subtly. But as Ethel comes out, he hurries over to her. You hear him say, "What's going on in there?" Good things going on. It's all right. Loosen up. Come on. Do you want them to, And Falstaff just kind of goes, and he says, "Come on, girlie." And he beckons Girly over to step into line behind you and Ethel. Sheila, after scooping up all the glass, says, "There we go. Good as new. Here, my queen. You can step up on to Tallow's back. He's carried you once. He can do it again. There you are. Now, Tallow, remember, some people aren't used to riding in your saddle." And Tallow doesn't care and goes slithering off. And he has a very, like, unusual swaying, like, stride.
Is there a grip?
Yes, there are like little
Okay, great.
pommels that you can grip on. All right. And she says, "Tallow, you're doing that on purpose. Come, don't embarrass me in front of the queen, Tallow." But as she's kind of chasing after, Tallow is mostly playing, and Sheila is mostly playing along. But you would follow the two of them up to the floor directly below what you now know to be the dance floor. That's because you can hear music coming down from the openings that lead stairs down from under it, and you can hear the sounds of clicking and clacking as dancing goes up above in time to the music.
Are we together?
Yes, you are behind Rhiannon.
Oh, great. Okay.
And coming up to a room just below this dance floor area, you would see that Uxelesh would lead the way in. But as she does so, she would say over her shoulder to Rhiannon, "The others know. They may wait outside."
Understood. Would you allow me attendant's not the word I'm looking for. Companion?
She says, "No. This game is played alone."
Understood.
And she makes her way inside. And as she does so, you can see that there's a clacking sound. And the board itself is about 2 body lengths long. It's a pretty big board.
Okay.
And about 1 body length wide. You can see that it has a smooth surface that looks kind of ivoryish, maybe a similar material. And the discs themselves are very slick. They almost look like they float along the top, curling-ish, but with no grinding sound, just kind of a smooth hiss when they're slid across. There are a few posts that are placed around the board that some people rebound off of, and there are 3 rings in the center that you're meant to like land the discs into. And you can see that there are there's purple and blue pieces, so to speak. And the idea is whoever gets all 3 slots filled on their turn would win.
Okay.
And as a game is currently in progress, but you would hear her say something in her own language, and a number of Nightwing eyes turn up. She would turn and kind of gesture to you, and she says, "This morn will play in my stead. Her address is Rhiannon." And she would say to Rhiannon, "Your opponent of House Suleif." I will put that in chat for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Suleif.
Suleif. Okay.
You can see that the young Lord Suleif is rather striking among... I mean, they're all striking, but he is striking in that the Nightwing tend to wear dark colors. He's wearing quite bright colors. And they are... and he's wearing these kind of like bright turquoises and greens. And he's also pretty well armed. He looks over towards you, not impolitely, and does not attempt to break into your mind. And instead, he would nod, and he would say, "Approach me, Morm. We will discuss the game."
Of course, my lord.
And as you approach,
If
he would say, "Are you familiar with the rules?"
not Not just this moment, no.
Oh, I'm getting
If
one last
I-
knock at my door. Excuse me. Hello?
I miss the little kid years. Mine's 14 now. He turns 15 in August.
Oh my goodness.
I miss the wee bab years.
Say goodnight.
Hi.
You want to say
Hi.
goodnight to everyone?
Good night.
Good guy.
Good night.
I was talking with Zella too.
I'm not talking with Zella right now.
Oh my god.
I love
We
you.
have to win for
I'm
her.
messaging her now.
Do it for her.
I'm putting that in general.
Just a moment.
She deserves to know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Are you talking with Zella too? He says, very cutely. Anyways. Pardon, you were saying.
May I have just a moment with my matron before we continue?
He nods.
If I can sort of meet her gaze again, I understand that you have the ability to pull things from our minds. Can you give visions or history as well?
You see her smile slyly. And she would say, so bold. We
Well,
can.
excellent. I was wondering if I would be able to see
I know.
the game
And
that you had with him.
you would feel her eyes bore into yours, but it's a different sensation. It's like a pulled from yourself sensation. And the game is shown. There's a fixed place that you must stand, which is behind some of the posts in the middle of the board. So the posts are kind of between you
So,
and the rings
sorry.
in the center.
Robbie, just a quick clarification before we dive in.
Yep.
Learning the rules of the game isn't the purpose of Rhiannon's inquiry.
Yep.
She wants to see how Lord Suleif played.
Yes,
Because she wants to study his actions and, like, theoretically find a weakness, but more just, like, know what to expect from him. What kind of a competitor is he?
Yep, absolutely. And to summarize, board looks like this. The black things are posts. The open things are the little hoops that you have to land things neatly in the center of. And
Okay.
you must have a stone in each hoop on your turn. The only addition, though, is if an enemy has if your opponent has a hoop filled and you knock out their stone from the hoop, you take an additional turn. So you can think of it like pool plus shuffleboard plus curling plus bocce.
The person who goes first has a pretty severe disadvantage.
They do.
but-
That's why they get 2 shots on their first turn.
Heard.
Now, something that you would notice about young Master Suleid is his style, now that you have an idea of the rules, is incredibly aggressive. He uses his stones to actually block your shot point so that you have to hit his stones to, like, place a stone on the board, which is quite annoying, given that, and here's another fun part of the game, again, there's a fixed shot point, meaning that you can, if there's a stone of yours out on the board, the only way you can move that is with another stone that you have to fling out and clack it into another position. You have hypothetically infinite stones in this game. The games are just typically over way before the board can get completely full.
Heard.
And so
Okay.
what he does is he aggressively blocks the opponent's shot-making position and then uses unbelievable precision to, like, kind of like Connect 4, set up an unexpected series of, like, clack, clack, clack that knocks all 3 into place all at once.
There are videos I've seen on TikTok of, I don't know where these guys are or anything, but they play a similar game on, like, a pool table kind of setup.
Yeah.
And this guy does these insane, like, 20-step trick shots
Yep.
to land a pocket. It's nuts.
And so if a human can
don't-
do that, imagine what a Nightwing can do.
I don't know what search terms I need to find that, but it's borderline magical. It's so good.
Yeah. Now, with all that said, after being given this, any other things Rhiannon would like to try to analyze from this memory?
I know, broadly speaking, it seems like the Nightwings don't do a whole lot of verbal communication unless they have to.
Yeah.
Does he, like, talk trash or communicate with his competitors
Yes, he does.
at all? Okay.
And given that this is coming from her memory, you would get a lot more subtext than you normally would.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And in effect, it seems as though not only is he talking trash, but it seems as though he's using this as an excuse to unload on her and like get a lot of old grievances
Got
rubbed
it.
in her face.
So he's like taking advantage of the game to say shit he's been wanting to say.
Yes, precisely. Which is an
respect the
extremely
hustle.
Nightwing thing to do. Now, there is
Okay.
one more essential rule, which is what I will call the rule of re-clack. And what this means is if you can bounce one of your stones such that it ends up back where you can reach your hand, you can throw it again in the same move.
Oh. Which means theoretically one turn could last for ages.
Yep. And they do. He actually just spent his last turn showing off and then just knocking all three pieces into position.
Outstanding. Okay. So, cocky. Kind of rude when he knows he can be with impunity.
Yes.
Do I get the impression that he's of similar station?
Yes, actually. Very
to...
similar.
Okay. Okay,
The
so he's on
Uxelesh
relatively
and
equal
the
footing with
Suleif
Uxelesh.
families and the Suleif families are quite close to each other.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to put all the pieces together.
Of
you know?
course. While you're considering, I want to briefly check in with Siri. Outside of the game room door, right underneath the dance hall, you can see that the Seekers can't help but look up. Falstaff would say, like, lean over to Sheila and say very quietly to her, "Are we just waiting now?" And Sheila says, "Oh no, be my guest. Go wander around the manor of terrifying creatures."
I think I might do that actually, if you'll.
And Falstaff says, "I will accompany the queen."
If you'd like, you certainly can. I was just gonna check out upstairs. Do you think as you go up, the stations go up?
It would seem so, I would imagine.
Okay, so.
Can you picture these creatures on the ground floor of anything willingly?
All right, up we go then.
And Ethel says, Can I go too?" And she says, "Oh, yes, of course. I will just stand here, happily waiting, for our good friend Rhiannon to hopefully succeed in besting one of these deathless creatures in a game of skill."
Would you like to come?
No, I would like nothing less than to come. I'd like to stay right here.
Is this honest?
Yes, it is honest.
Okay, great. All right, wonderful. I'm gonna pat Tallow since he's holding my hat.
Yep. And Sheila says, "Though, of course, if my queen bids it, I will gladly be at her side."
Oh, you're all set. I think somebody's. She gestures to the two fairs. Somebody's got to keep an eye on these guys.
Yes. Oh, actually, Falstaff, might not be a good idea to bring Gurley up in there. He leans down, kind of takes Gurley's beak and gives her a kiss on the beak and say, "Stay with Sheila." And Gurley
Well, this will
happily...
be all right on my own if you'd
No.
rather stay with her.
No. I need to move. And as Gurley is sent over to the side, Falstaff would straighten himself up, and Sheila says, "There you go. Good posture. Remember your station. Remember who knighted you. Wasn't the king. But you owe fealty to him, don't you?"
Sorry, she laughs out loud.
Yeah.
A nicer laugh than mine.
And Ethel says, I really just would like to see what it's like to be among these folk when they dance."
Would you like to come?
"Yes, I do. I'd like to come." "Very well.
Right.
Let's away then." And Falstaff would think about offering you a hand first, and then be like, queen. And
If he goes for it, I mean, Siri already, like, I
Yeah.
was pretending to gesture with
there you
it,
go,
so
yeah.
she's going to extend it.
and then he would take her hand, and with his other hand he would take Ethel, but for her he would kind of like put her hand like at his waist so that she's behind him.
Yep.
In like a body block way. He's clearly used to protecting her at this point.
Yeah.
And as he would walk the two of you upstairs, his hands are so calloused. They're like more callous than hand at this point. And he would bring you up to the dance floor. As I described, it is gorgeous. And also the staircases above it wind all the way up to the next highest level, with many stopovers along the way. The music is grand and beautiful, and it's like a 70-piece orchestra or something ridiculous. Food and drink being passed around. Nightwing's actually looking happy and expressive to some degree, and seemingly absolutely loving the music. As you come among the dance floor, you can literally hear Ethel like just go, wow, despite herself. You would also notice the Nightwing's like presence isn't as scary or like prickly and like compulsive or compulsory to you when they are dancing. There's some that are like exuding like auras, like the one I was describing to Chadwyn, but most of them just seem relaxed.
+2 luck, +2 spirit. Do I see him?
Yes.
Great. Can we cut back to him so I can see what he's doing and then do something after that?
Totally. And then I will
Thank you.
we'll do Chadwyn, Siri, then back to Rhiannon to continue on with the game.
Okay, Chadwyn is gonna go off to the side somewhere where he can put his backpack down. He's also gonna take off his shoes and socks to ground himself.
And socks. Sorry.
And
I'm
socks,
gonna
yeah,
go-
he's bare. Well, actually, what's the floor like? Is it like is it wooden or is it like the crystals?
The floor to Chadwyn, if he like takes off his feet or takes off his feet, takes off his socks, it would feel stone to him, but it would feel of a finer stone than just like granite slabs or something like that.
All right, he's gonna ground himself, and he's gonna
I forgot.
Think
he,
about-
he knows crystals. Yeah, so he'd actually be able to pick it out. This is actually a floor made of pure obsidian. That makes a lovely clack clack as shoes go and feet go atop it, and is so polished and shiny that it reflects the beautiful like subtle lighting of the court all around. It makes it look like people are dancing on the cosmos.
That's sick. Oh my god, that's so sick. Yeah, he's going barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna put his stuff off to the side in a corner somewhere, and he's going to think back to a time where he was like cliff jumping or bridge jumping like into water.
Yeah.
Right. So he's like emptying his mind, and he's trying to bring courage and humility and also like magnificence.
Yeah.
And that's all he's thinking about. That's like his being right now. And he's gonna start dancing up in the dance floor and moseying on toward the high-ranking official. And by the time he gets to the aura, his sphere, the aura sphere, Chadwyn's gonna start doing the worm, and he's gonna try and worm, and it's 0 skill. It's a 0 skill worm, but he's gonna try and worm his way through the aura.
Yep.
As best as he can.
Does he have a reflex stat either?
No.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And Siri, that is what you would observe. What would she do?
I was really hoping for something better. Oh god, I really wanted him to like have game and for me to be able to play off of his work.
Yo, I didn't even finish yet.
Yeah, let him keep going.
Oh, God, I thought
No, I didn't mean it like that.
No, if he's doing the worm, honestly, at this point, yeah, let him cook. Like, Siri,
Oh, God.
watch this guy bumble his way into getting us in and to befriending that other Nightwing. I don't know how, but this man's magic. I'm gonna let him work.
What would Siri do? She would literally hear Falstaff's hand against his forehead.
She'd put a hand on his shoulder and go, he wouldn't be sent here if he didn't know what he was doing. This man is a master. Don't understand.
Are you quite sure about that?
You haven't seen the things that he's done. It's incredible.
Have you?
Yes. Yes. I ate his granola and it was disgusting, but I also have seen what this man has accomplished.
He says,
stay here.
He did get
Let
us
him
in,
work.
I suppose.
Alright. She's just gonna stand in the back, and I don't know how. What essence is like love, maybe? I don't know. I want to get as much magic into my body as I can right now. That's what I'm going to be doing in the corners. I'm going to be thinking about magic and trying to put it in my brain.
I'm going to be asking for a pretty substantive paired action, especially leading into whatever you plan on doing with that.
I don't know. Listen, I don't even know. Maybe I'm just thinking about magic. I don't know. I'm going to sit in the corner.
Ethel would come over and sit next to you. And she would say kind of like, you know, cautiously but curiously, so, how did you meet?
Oh, I got sent to save him from being assassinated.
What? That's not very
Not
romantic.
assassinated. Sorry. Well, he was trying to meet people, and so I thought if
I know.
Yeah, and so I
I
flirted with him.
actually gave up a chance to do that in order to be on this.
Oh, you were gonna...
I was going to try.
Yes! So did Bruletta. Yeah, I pretended to flirt back with him so that I could get him away from the person trying to assassinate him, and then he knew that I was lying and thought it was nice.
No, that can't have been it. You're simplifying, right?
A little bit. That was at least...
Keep your
First
secrets,
date.
Queen. Before we go further, Rhiannon. Other actions before the game begins. What would Rhiannon like to do?
While I'm mentally connected with the Lady Uxalesh, I don't know if I can like literally ask questions of her, but just broad information about his family might be potentially useful, like as in weak points to take advantage of. Of course, I can't really interfere with the game itself because cheating is a form of deception, but I just... So, to peek behind the curtain, I'm wanting to have material for a potential standoff. That's what I'm kind of digging for right now.
Yep.
Especially because Trick Shot is currently on cooldown.
It is not.
So,
it's a low cooldown. You have it.
It says mid in the version that I have.
Are you sure?
Wait, that's shootout. My
There you
bad. I'm looking at the wrong ability. In any case,
Yep.
I'm gathering ammo right now.
Yep.
So, are there any like weak points for his family that I could potentially
Now,
exploit?
the weak points of a Nightwing family is not privy to the mind of a human, and in this kind of brief mind palace, you would be kind of like cautioned against going in that line of inquiry. However, what she would be able to add and provide to you is that her family and his family have a long history together of collaboration and competition. She has lost a relative to one of his relatives in a duel and lost another of her relatives to one of his relatives in marriage. So very complicated
Gotcha.
relationship between these two.
Right. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Okay. I think that's really everything I can get at the moment. All right. I think that I'm ready to go in.
And she says, very good. Impress me, Mom.
I certainly intend to.
He's taken his position at the far end. He has taken the blue stones, which leaves you with the purple ones. As soon as you take your position, you feel your feet affixed to the ground. You cannot move them.
Got it. Makes sense.
And he would say to you, "Do you wish first or second play?" And you see that he takes one of his stones, which has like two faces. He covers one face with his hands, and then like puts it forward as like a, odds or evens, reveal the one that you want.
Right.
Given that you have seen an image of the game transpiring, you would know which side would mean I want first move and which side would mean I want second move.
Right. No, I'm considering. I feel like I'm having the battle of wits from The Princess Bride, but it's entirely happening in my head.
Indeed.
I cannot choose first because then you will have the upper hand. But if I let you choose first, you might win before I get to even go. Therefore, I can it's circular.
Yeah.
I would encourage his lordship to choose.
He says, "You have my thanks, Morm." And he seems to mean it. And he picks first, revealing what he had chosen. And he immediately, with both of his hands, takes his first two shots. Without looking at the board, he rebounds them on both of the sidewalls, and they bounce into place onto two of the slots. Perfectly. He doesn't play around, he doesn't screw around, he just takes, bing, immediately 2 circles.
Okay. And throughout this, Rhiannon is staying as stoic as she can.
Mm-hmm.
If he probes, she is... I think in this moment she's thinking of... Honestly, I think she might be thinking of her childhood. She's had a long life of, hunting, and she used to be a lot more of a show-offish kind of person when she was younger.
Yeah.
And I think that there's just, because of recanting everything to the Lady Uxalesh half an hour ago, and whatnot, I think there's a lot of just internal musing on learning to hunt and shoot and throwing things and just that's kind of where her mind's at, is just focusing on a lot of that stuff and just musing on the life she's led.
Totally. Now, looking at the game board, given that he has taken 2 of the 3 circles, he is effectively forcing you to knock out one of his pieces. Because, of course, if you knock out a piece, you get a secondary shot. So what he is seeming to go for is to test how good you are, and because if you miss, he just wins instantly. On his turn, he gets a shot, he fills the 3rd circle, bam. And if you tried to fill the 3rd circle and you actually score it, he could just knock out your shot on his turn and then get a free shot and win. So he's forcing you to knock out one of his pieces with this.
Right.
Play.
So, okay. What I'd like to do, I'm going to bank it off the side, hit the furthest one that he landed,
Mm-hmm.
the one that's on the outside ring. And my goal is to, and I'm not necessarily trying to use trick shot, so if I can't accomplish this without trick shot,
You have double skill,
I'll
double
scale.
sensory, right?
Yes.
Yep, you can do it without, this is a comfortable enough bank that with double skill, double sensory, by just taking the time to line it up, you can do it.
Okay. So yeah, I will, what I want to do is bank it, knock the furthest one out. If I can, I'm not necessarily worried about landing in this moment. I want to return to me. I want it to return to my hand so I can get another shot.
Yep.
Can I do that without a trick shot?
Without a trick shot, no. These things have enough inertia that if it clacks against, not a side of the board, but against another stone, it will lose most of its momentum.
Okay. Then in that case,
If you
I
want to
will
do
go
the
ahead
trick
and let
shot,
it
it
land
does
in
have a
that.
low cooldown.
No, it's fine. I'm trying to let the first turn sort of be building up momentum.
Yep. In that case, since you have displaced one of his, you get another shot.
Oh, right, I get another shot anyway. That's right.
Mhm.
Then I will go ahead and just simply land it in that free space.
Yep.
So right now, I've got 1 and 3. He's got number 2.
Yep. Boom. And it slides into place. You can see, by the way, that now that you have a feel of these, they're quite heavy, by the way, notably heavy, though they glide very smoothly. But it means that when they clack, they almost stand like perfectly still. There's little carried movement. It would probably take some sort of spin in order to carry any sort of movement. You can see that he nods, and he immediately slides his and clacks out your number 1, so to speak. And then with his free shot, he banks it, bounces it, and he knocks the one that he used to knock yours out in, so that he takes number 1, and he gives a little bit of a spin to awkwardly position his stone in the way of one of your 2 firing aisles. So he's trying to cut off your board, so to speak.
So, yeah, I hear you. Okay, so I also have a quick question. If I, like, that spare one that's, like, in the alley, so to speak, if I knock into that, and it knocks into one of his, knocking it out, right? Do I still get a second shot?
Yes, you do, even though he will still have one occupying. Because you've displaced.
Okay.
You also would, having now thrown a few of these, it has air hockey-like physics. There's that floatiness to it.
Yeah, air hockey was definitely the vibe in my head. I'm with you, especially when you said it gives like a hiss as it moves.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and knock out his center one.
Yep.
To land 2, so I've got 2 and 3. I am intending to bank it in such a way that the one I knock out lands in his firing path.
Yep, you can do that. If you needs a little muscle, but you can do it.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think as she does that and like gets her second shot, she'll actually take off her coat and sort of, is there like a small table or something nearby that she could like put it on?
There's actually a coat rack that you can use.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So she takes it off, puts it on the coat rack, takes her hat off, puts it on the coat rack. Cracks her knuckles, and with the second shot, I will go ahead and trick shot. I want to Sorry, I stalled because I'm
You got it.
losing vision here on the board. Okay, so right now 2 and 3 are occupied by my pieces. He's got spot number 1.
Yep.
He has left a piece in my lane, or one of them.
You
I've
have
left
it.
a piece in his lane.
Yep, you have it.
Okay. What I want to do is the piece that he left in my lane, I want to throw enough of a spin on my piece that I can bounce off of it and have mine come back to me.
Yeah.
And shove his piece back towards him to like clutter up his area.
Yep, you would block both of his aisles doing so.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm aiming for in this moment. And I don't know if you'll allow it, but that as part of that paired action, the flourish that's necessary for trick shot, that was taking off the coat, the hat, cracking the knuckles, sort of making a bit of a show.
Literally
of
perfect
the shot.
Yep.
Spin, it clacks off and like comes back to her.
Yep. And you can take your reshot now.
And aim for that spot that he is currently occupied, the last spot. I'm knocking him out and attempting to take that third ring.
And as you spin, clack, rebound, and then bounce it back in, it knocks out his piece and leaves you with the 3. You can see that there's a pause. And the Nightwing, Soleif, just kind of frowns. His strategy would have worked perfectly on someone who could not get back that piece that you spun back to yourself with a completely wild trick shot. And he pauses, and would gesture to you. You don't have the... It's completely nonverbal, but you understand what he wants. He wants you to slide the piece you have in your hand over to him so he can look at it.
Yeah, I'll let him. I'll do that.
Slide it across the wall. He picks it up. Sets it back down. And he says, "Unprecedented spin.
Thank you.
I played incautiously."
I did learn that you were an aggressive competitor.
You can see that he exchanges looks with Lady Uxelesh. You can feel her triumph, even though she is withholding it to some degree.
If it's any consolation, my lord, this is not my homeland. I will not be able to spread rumors of your defeat.
Spread them. I invite it.
Oh!
And you would hear that Lady
Man lost a
Uxelesh...
sporting competition to a dog. He
Yeah,
just,
pretty
he just
much.
lived out being the villain in an Air Bud movie. This poor man.
When this goes to YouTube, somebody clip this moment. Thank you.
That's so good. And as you do so, you would hear a... from Lady Uxelesh as she gives out one of those croaking caw laughs. And she would approach him. You would see that they would exchange items between their hands. Gemstones and coins. You hear them clinking faintly. You can see her gloating
Rhiannon will-
about it.
Rhiannon will put her stuff back on, and she'll go to Lord Suleif and stick out a hand. It was a good competition. Well fought.
Suleif looks confused at the hand, but then he catches your eye. You feel him probe for a moment, and then you see him contemplate his own dainty, beautiful hand, and he places it gracefully into yours. He gives you a magnanimous handshake, though kind of awkward. They're clearly not used to doing this.
It was a good game.
He says, "Very impressive, Marm." And he would take one of their feather coins, and he would tuck it into your hat brim.
That's exceptional. I love that so much.
And as you do so, you would hear Lady Uxelesh say, "I have no further use of this room." And she would start to, lead you with her eyes out of the room.
Mm-hmm. Rhiannon will follow.
As you leave the room, she kind of draws a curtain behind her. She turns to you, looks you full in the face, holds up a beautiful stone, and places it in the palm of your hand.
What is it?
In her case, she has passed you, I don't know if you know your stones, Chalcedony, one of my personal favorites.
Oh, I love Chalcedony!
Mm-hmm.
I had a D&D character named Chalcedony. She was an earth genasi with stones like that along one side of her head.
Nice.
Like a bunch of smaller Chalcedony stones. She went by the name Charlie, Charli, for short.
Yeah. And so she passes this beautiful Chalcedony to you. And as she does so, she would say, "So you learned the name of my sister, so you learn mine."
As you wish, my lady.
And she would
seems
pass the
my
name
fate.
into your mind.
Ooh.
Her name is Xilinx Uxelesh. Xilinx Chalcedony Uxelesh. I will put it.
I did not get the spelling right, I'm sure, but
No problem. Oh, you got it perfectly. What am I talking about? Yeah, I don't need to change it.
Nice.
You nailed it. And she would say to you, "You wish for high places." Yes.
yes, please.
She says, "I would encourage you to seek out the executor of this eyrie. I will give you his family name." And she would, again, pass gently into your mind the name Skade.
I thank you, my lady. It seems my fate is somewhat intertwined with House Uxelesh.
It would seem that way. She says, though you are of distant lands, and have come here through means that I cannot determine.
Perhaps someday.
Perhaps.
Has anyone ever tried to play a Nightwing PC, by the way?
No. Actually, that's not true. If we have time after, I'll tell you about that.
Okay.
But she would smile and she would say, curiouser and curiouser. And folding your fingers over the chalcedony, polished and faceted, that she passed to you, she would turn on a heel and walk towards an open balcony. And as she does so, her body transforms. This is another rare pop culture reference that I know. The best analogy someone else once gave to me that is very accurate is Howl in Howl's Moving Castle entering bird
Oh!
form. Her body would go from dark gray with white hair to black feathers all up and down. Her arms become wings, her feet become talons, but her head is still humanoid, perched inside of a bird's neck. And as she reaches this balcony in her bird form, she takes to the sky. And from here,
Absolutely stunning.
as you say that, you hear from over your shoulder Sheila saying, "That's one word for it." And you can see that she and Tallow, it's not quite like Scooby-Doo and Shaggy, but it's kind of a similar, like, hugging each other in deep intimidation.
Where did my companions go?
Oh, they went
The other
upstairs
agents.
dancing. Do you want to dance? I don't like dancing, but I'm happy to not be left alone.
There's a fond, like, wistful smile because of the original circumstances that she met Peridot under.
Yeah.
I will go meet with them. Will you be okay here?
No, I'm coming with you.
Please. Okay.
Thank you. What a strange thing for a hero to cross through death and desert and waste and beast and be so stymied in the face of so dainty a set of creatures. Is it not?
I mean, it's an ecosystem of its own, isn't it?
You perceive an ecosystem?
Don't you? The hierarchy of these creatures?
I suppose. I'm used to the ecosystem of Farer and Man, who are relatively friendly and are equals.
I'm not used to this environment per se, but I've been sort of analogizing it to, pack animals or in nature there's a great deal of beauty, but there's also terrifying danger and an intense ugliness as well. And
Maybe where you're from.
well, a predator is a predator.
We must have you to my homeland sometime. It's not quite so simple
Fair.
there.
In any case, we should get to the... Well,
Yes.
we've been walking and talking, I assume?
Of
or-
course. She says,
Okay.
I wish that I had your composure under these circumstances.
It took a long time to build it, and you really don't want to have been through that, trust me.
She throws an arm around your shoulder and she says, I will trust you. It's quite easy to do so, given the track record of your organization. She gives you kind of like a chin chuck, you know what I mean? And says, and plus, you're holding yourself up quite well. More than a little well.
You flatter me.
No,
Alright.
I don't. If I were flattering you, I'd be much less effective.
You should try the honesty sometime. More often, I think. It seems to work well.
Oh,
I hate when I
believe-
stumble over my words.
No problem.
Sorry.
She says, believe me. Oh, honesty and I, we're old friends. We go back a long, great ways. And as you come up onto the dance floor, seeing the beautiful scene I described earlier, Siri is thinking about magic. And then we're going to talk to Chadwyn, who's worming. But Rhiannon will not see that part, probably, unless he is somehow still doing it. Let's catch them up.
I'm skipping over Siri stuff. I'm not doing shit until Chadwick works his magic. The only thing I'm gonna do is when Rhiannon walks in the door is to tell her not to interfere.
Yep. Fortunately, I don't think she'll necessarily be inclined to. And now, Chadwyn, Wormin.
Yeah, Chadwyn only worms through the aura at first. He doesn't worm for too long.
Now, as someone who has possibly tried this, Wormin without knowing how to is very painful, especially on a stone floor. So is this like a ka-thunk? Like, how much are you committing to this? Or is this, like, evocative?
Yeah, well, it's like, you gotta be... in Chadwyn's mind, he has to do his, like, most embarrassing dance at the start to get through the aura, because then the rest of it is so easy. So he's just doing it as best as he can. He's not even really thinking about, like, how well he's doing it. He's just emptying his mind and going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I'm sure it's hurting.
So, he slams his chin onto the obsidian floor, like hard enough to like rattle his teeth, and then like jolts his rhythm. He would barely get himself back. Try it again, like he'd flinch and like withstand from hitting the face, but there's no rhythm to it. But with this kind of like weird trust fall, it's less of a worm and more of a sea slug, shall we call it?
Perfect.
You would make your way up through, and fortunately, Chadwyn's mind is so fixed on not whacking his face that he would not really even notice the Nightwing's aura of baleful majesty. But he would end up at the Nightwing's feet. The Nightwing is
He's
not
gonna get up
dancing.
and hit the robot.
Yeah. And as he gets up, he would feel like for a moment feel the Nightwing's eyes on him. But at the same time, you already said get the worst part out of the way, and the rest is easy. And so he is able to withstand the Nightwing's eyes. And as he does this ludicrously comical robot, he would feel a dainty hand, much larger than his, surround his hand.
He'll grab it.
And he is whisked off by the Nightwing. The Nightwing is trying to actually pilot him through like a more ballroom style routine. This is going to go terribly.
Oh, so bad.
However, I will say it's probably kind of fun for him, given that the Nightwing's very competent and is not going to let him fall and hurt himself, and is just kind of whisking him around. Chadwyn just kind of... is he floppy? Is he, like, trying to contribute?
He'll try to just follow his lead, I guess,
Yeah.
the best as he can. Hopefully he doesn't trip over his own feet.
He would.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But as he is doing so, he would also feel something else. As the Nightwing would bring him close to his body, he would feel, for a moment, a sense of the Nightwing's emotions. The intense humor that this Nightwing feels, as well as the intense curiosity. And
Chadwyn will try to lead the Nightwing.
In what?
Like he'll try to throw him out to do the spin move, you know what I mean? Like you're ballroom dancing and then you like kind of put your arm out and the person's out here and then they kind of go in.
Have you seen an experienced ballerina take point and do multiple pirouettes in one?
No.
Do. It's awesome. But it is literally on one toe, hands perfectly poised as like a top, doing like 10 turns before touching back down in kind of a perfect pause and just looking to Chadwyn in dancing stance. The song comes to a close. And like a final like crescendo, like boom, boom, and it comes to an end. This would be the moment when Rhiannon is coming up and Siri would be like, "Let the man work." But the Nightwing, as surrounding Nightwings would, they would give like a strange throat noise, kind of like their laughter, but it's different. It sounds almost like their version of applause. You can see several actually approach the humans in the orchestra and actually like take their faces and say things to them. They seem like delighted with them. But as all the Nightwings are kind of pausing in their dancing with the break between songs, this one would stalk up to Chadwyn at great height and look down towards him. And Chadwyn might actually feel like a little clench in his tummy, because this is a powerful Nightwing. Just his, even with Chadwyn having broken through the initial aura, it is very hard keeping eye contact with this one, even for him.
Yeah.
What would he do?
That was amazing, man. I really appreciate that dance.
And you see that the Nightwing, after a moment, would say,
Marm move so guilelessly. It's lovely.
I had a wonderful time. Where did you learn how to dance like that?
Days of practice.
I can tell. Wow.
and the Nightwing would say to you,
How came you into that birthstone?
Oh, I was given this. When I walked in, I had a conversation with someone laying in a hammock. I actually never got her name, unfortunately, but she gave me the stone.
And he would say, She is unfamilied. She has no house. She is in service to me.
Oh, wow. Do you mind if I ask, who are you?
He says, My name is not in your domain to know.
Got it. Well, I believe my name is in your domain to know, and my name is Chadwyn. And it's great to meet you. And I'm so thankful to have the stone that your unfamilied friend
Assistant.
gave me. Assistant gave me. I'm in a lifelong debt, maybe. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure the significance, but it feels powerful.
I know you are not aware of the significance. This is part of what is so curious.
Yeah, do you mind educating me about its significance?
there's a long pause, and then he says,
Yes, you have earned that.
his eyes scan the crowd, and he beckons.
And he says, No drinks. Humans do not take well to them.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, no, I'm sober too.
Hello?
I only came to say hi.
Are you coming to say hi as well?
Yeah. I didn't realize you were still hosting. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You can say hello when I'm hosting. Can you turn the AC on? I am literally a lobster.
Yeah, I turned it off because I thought you were done
Oh,
hosting.
could you turn it back on, please? Thank you. Anyways, yeah. I'm baking in my own sweat. Now, as you are beckoned off of the floor, Siri, actions that you would like to take while observing what the fuck Chadwyn is doing, and then follow-ups to when Rhiannon enters.
When Rhiannon enters, after Rhiannon's in here, and I see that they're talking about the stone, if I can hear it, I got +2 sensory, I hope I can hear it.
You
I
can-
don't know that she has the stone!
You don't know that she has the stone, but Rhiannon, given that there's some time between when you enter... actually, no, the music is ending about when you enter. So, Siri, do you have any actions you would take before Rhiannon enters? Because they would only talk about the birthstone after she does.
Just as like a thought experiment in my own head. If, hypothetically, I used a shit ton of magic, and then immediately after tried to use a shit ton of magic again in the same way without letting it cool down, would I die?
Depends. There's a possibility.
Is there a possibility I don't die?
Yes.
That's a win. Okay. That's it for me?
She's literally like, so
no.
you're saying there's a chance?
Fuck.
We're gonna chill. You can't kill me now, I'm too irrelevant. That's not true.
Oh,
It'd be
I
a good
certainly
plotline.
can.
I know. I literally texted Robbie a little bit ago. I was like, what if Siri died? Could be fun.
Could be fun. Could be intense.
I respect the vibe. I really do.
Rhiannon, any actions you'd like to take after entering? You would obviously be able to witness Chadwyn speaking on the dance floor to someone. He's been a place of relative prominence. You'd obviously have been, like, by Siri, but also have ability to talk to her, and the Seekers have gathered. Ethel is next to Siri. Falstaff is trying to make himself as not conspicuous as possible. The two farers are loitering outside of the door to the ballroom with Sheila.
Okay. So I would give Siri just a quick rundown of what happened. I wouldn't
Stone,
mention
you
the
wouldn't.
Chalcedony or...
Yep. Carry on, pardon. I just want to know if you would tell her about the stone.
Oh, yeah, no. And I obviously don't mention Lady Uxalesh's name either.
Quite.
But I tell her about the game and that I won, and that the Lady Uxalesh has recommended seeking out the Executor of the Eerie. Did she mention if it was a lord or a lady?
Actually, that's really interesting. She did not, but because you were partially privy to her mind, you would have gotten the implicit, subtle Nightwing cue of Lord.
Okay. We need to seek out a Lord Skade, who is the Executor of the Eerie. That's
Is there like a
as
guest
far as
list
I'm aware,
on the
that
door?
Ooh, that's a really good question. You have 2 pluses to luck, don't you?
Either 1 or 2. Let me check. 2.
Yeah, actually, I'm
Okay.
going to say yes.
Let's see if he's here.
Go for it.
And then between the two of you, I think both of you have double plus to sensory. You would be able to pick out the name Skade quite quickly. It seems as though this guest list is mostly for human eyes, of like who to pay attention to, who to help. And it turns out that Lord Skade is at the literal top of the list.
If it's a list for humans to be able to use as reference for who to help, is there a description on it?
No, but there is a color associated for each of them.
Right.
And
What color?
Marvelous.
given the colors, it seems to be implying eyes. And in this case, the color is quite earthy. It's not nearly as flashy as a lot of theirs. It's kind of a mottled greenish brown with splashes of maroon.
Chadwyn is talking to a guy
Yep.
who's very fancy.
Yep.
And he's got +4 to luck.
Yep. Are you looking?
Yes!
And they're approaching you as of
Same.
now. It is the same one. He has the right eyes.
Excellent.
So all going towards plan. I'm gonna die at the end. It's okay. We're cool.
Not even her
Continue.
character. She is going to die.
Oh, God. Rhiannon, any actions you would like to take while Siri is maniacally dying?
So twice now. Well, actually, hold on. Let me rephrase. The Chalcedony is the same color as the Lady Uxalesh's eyes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a sense? I don't know if this will help, but it'll sate my curiosity. Looking at the Lord Skade's eyes, what stone likely represents him?
Does Rhiannon have any knowledge of crystals? Chadwyn would know. If he knew of this link, he'd be able to figure it out, but...
I want to say yes because I do, but no, probably not.
See if you can
If
get
it was
the
a question
information...
about like leather or something, yeah, probably.
See
but
if you
like,
can get the question through Chadwyn. Like, if you can prompt him in some way in character. Siri, actions you would like to take as Chadwyn and Lord Skade are approaching.
Yeah, I'm gonna prep it. Can I put a bunch of glass in my hand?
Oh, yeah.
oh,
Thanks. That's
Oh,
it.
yeah. And,
Oh, and also, like, deep breaths.
Ethel, by the way, would kind of touch Siri on the arm and say, Is everything okay, Your Majesty?
Yeah, I just gotta prove that we're cool.
What
it's like high school all over
do I need
again.
to be more presentable?
No, you're good. You're great. You have done so well, and you're so good.
I don't know about that.
You're doing great.
Should I get
I'm
false
gonna put a bunch of glass in my hand, so I'm gonna need to put my hand down. But you're good.
Do you need me to have a bandage?
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Let me get a bandage.
Okay. I'm gonna put a bunch of glass in my hand.
And Chadwyn, you can see Rhiannon and Siri are in the direction that you are going, and Ethel is scurrying away. Siri,
I thought I was talking to him. Oh, sorry.
Oh, pardon.
I thought I was still in the middle of the.
He beckoned for you to follow him.
Got it.
So you'd be starting to move in that direction. You would also be able to see, just by looking at Siri, that her vibe is way off right now.
I'm trying to hide it. I'm bad at hiding it. I put my fan out. You can't see my vibe now. You can only see fan.
I can feel the vibe. I can feel the energy.
You can feel the energy. Yeah.
And if he can feel it, the Nightwings figured it out before you did.
Yeah. And Rhiannon's vibe, on the other hand, is very chill.
Cool as a cucumber.
Cool as the proverbial cuke.
Cooler than when we started, when we got ported in?
Actually, I think maybe, yeah.
Well,
Maybe.
you'd probably... How's your sensory?
Sensory.
It's +3.
Oh,
no, my
okay.
sensory's 1. Sorry.
Sensory 1, spirit 3.
That's still really
Yeah.
good, though. So you, like, compared to humans,
Mhm.
that's... You'd probably notice, like, sweat and whatnot. She has had something of an ordeal, but she doesn't seem to be hurt, and she doesn't seem to be particularly rattled.
Yep.
At this point.
And Chadwyn, alongside this Nightwing, anything you'd like to say as he and you start walking?
Well, I asked him, what does the stone mean? So I asked him what the stone means, and then he said, come with me, pretty much.
Yep.
Okay.
Any follow-ups you'd have?
No. Just follow him.
He would completely ignore your companions and instead pluck a drink from a nearby human porter. You would see that the porter, he actually would take the opportunity to place his hand gently on their shoulder and give like a gentle shoulder squeeze. Almost second nature, so to speak. And you notice that whenever he passes among the human servants, he does take the opportunity to touch them, in some cases whisper gently to them. Really, even though it's not a perfect analogy, and it's kind of weird to put it like this, it really is like a man with his pets. But like, slightly different. However, as you would reach the far wall, he would say quietly to you, not close enough that Siri and Rhiannon could hear, and not so they can read his lips, but close enough that they're in the vicinity. You asked for my name, and that is beyond your position. But given how far you have climbed, her name befits your position. He says, her name is Ch5 Carnelian, and she has served me loyally for years. He says, if your curiosity is thus assuaged, then consider the repayment for our debt of dance settled.
Yeah. Can Swain it. Well, thank you for telling me that. I'm not really sure half of the words you said, but that was an amazing dance, and for me, that was also like a payment to me as well. So, I would say we're about even. Yeah.
A very kind and pleasant worm you are. Would that I had a dozen of you.
Would you have a dozen of me?
I wish I did.
What would I do?
You would work in my employ. Your nature is intensely refreshing.
Thank you. Yours as well, actually. I've never met people, I should say Nightwings, before. and they're very interesting.
I can tell.
Yeah, I'm kind of digging it. I'm kind of digging the vibe.
If
It's
you
like
wish,
scary.
If you wish to linger in my employ, I will gladly have you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm down for that because I'm still trying to do other things, I guess. Yeah.
I am aware. That is part of the reason I am so interested in having you at my side. And yet, what we cannot have is always that which we desire most.
Yeah, I'm not sure I get that one, but I was just interested, like, what do these rocks mean?
Birthstones.
Oh, wow.
We are born not in the way of the morn. We are born through a stone. Like this. Not precisely this one, of course. Many are mundane. This one is mundane, but symbolic.
Wow, so she was birthed through the stone?
Not that one precisely, but one of its nature.
I see.
The
Wow.
birthstone is sacred to us. It is an element of our personality. It gives us part of our names. You can imagine how much they mean to us.
Absolutely. In Chadwyn's mind, he has like a mental image of like the stone birthing like an act like a full size Nightwing. It's just like a scene that plays through his head.
Yeah.
Wow.
Making like a little,
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So I was also wondering if you've done so much to help me and educate me on this. I was wondering if you could help me with one more thing, actually.
Perhaps.
You see, my friends need, I think, to speak with a high-ranking Nightwing.
I know.
And I think, oh, you do know. Stupid.
And as he says this, Siri and Rhiannon, any follow-ups from you? You can see Chadwyn's conversation is transpiring. We'll begin with Siri.
Yeah, trying to like, I think he's fully forgotten the point of the mission at this point. Like he's great at what he does, but I think he doesn't know why he does it, and I need to. So I'm like trying to like hold my fan up higher to like get him to look over and remember it. He's doing it on his own, but I don't know that.
Yeah,
so
of course.
That is current action.
And Rhiannon, any follow-up actions from you?
No, really. I think I'm just gonna wait and see how it plays out.
Wait.
At this exact.
Wait.
Yep.
I'm so sorry.
What's up?
Siri
You
needs
currently
to
still have a
turn to
fistful
Rhiannon.
of glass.
Hey, you're like a shooty person, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you need?
Okay, so have you been on a mission with the... She gestures to her, trying to indicate illusionist.
Could flutter a fan. That would help.
No, I haven't.
I have a thing where I can get someone's head. No, that type of thing can be intercepted. I've done it. I've seen 2 people doing it, and I go through the center and I can do it. If I pull this off right, if you shoot in between myself and my target, we might be able to send it out to more people.
Are you essentially trying to connect to the minds of the entire room?
Not the entire... I don't know. Just... They right now have no reason to meet with us other than... she gestures to Chadwick, who's stopped dancing now, but
Yeah.
other than him being pretty chill.
That's not strictly true.
If I can prove that we have the same... Like, we potentially have the same abilities that they do, maybe they'll respect us and want to meet us.
Maybe. I am concerned. I shoot, yes, but it's incredibly loud. And if we
Oh, you take this. And she extends her handful of glass to her.
um
If you
I
just
think
throw this
Rhiannon
at it,
pulls
it'll reflect and hit everyone.
Okay, I think Rhiannon pulls out a glove just because she doesn't want to take a fistful of glass.
Yep.
I mean, she's got, quarter-inch calluses. It's probably fine, but no reason to do that if she doesn't have to.
Mm.
What am I throwing this at? I need a little more. She does take the fistful of glass, but I need a little more of the plan.
Here's the guess. As soon as that guy, and she gestures to the guy Chadwyn is talking to, hopefully Chadwyn is going to get him to go over to us, and hopefully he's going to do the thing where he tries to, I'm just going to try to do it back at him, and then just huck the glass between us, and then do something, I don't know.
Okay. I can certainly give it a try.
You want more? I think there's more in the bag. Oh, can I have the
I don't know
Band-Aid?
I don't know if I need more.
Ethel is coming back and she says, "Please don't tell me you've already cut yourself, Your Majesty."
I mean, I was holding glass in a fist, so...
Yeah. She starts kind of picking pieces out. That doesn't look good.
It's okay. It's fine. She's holding it now.
And I have a glove on.
Ethel says, "That would have been a wonderful idea." She looks to Siri and says, "Please take care of yourself. I know it's a dangerous and frightening situation, but there's no reason to become too afraid."
Mostly fine until they do the thing, and then it's bad. But, right now, it's...
What thing? As she is saying what thing, the Nightwing turns to face you guys. This is just after the "I know," and then Chadwyn goes, stupid. But, and as the Nightwing turns to face you all, you can see that even though you guys are standing maybe 10 paces away, his eyes are like two great beacons. Immediately, you see his eyes catch Ethel, and she freezes, but she's only held for a moment before he moves on. His eyes then catch Rhiannon. You can feel that his gaze is less intense than a lot of other Nightwings. It's very forceful. Don't get me wrong. He still feels like he sees everything, but it's not as rough as you've seen.
You talked about the Nightwings showing age earlier.
Yeah.
Does he seem to be older than a lot of them?
He's very old. He's the oldest you've seen.
Okay.
His hair is now black.
Would it be a fair inference to suggest that it's an issue of control?
It seems like a bunch of it is that.
That he has a scalpel-like control of that ability?
Rhiannon would also have seen him interacting kindly with many humans, so he's clearly used to humans, and probably knows how to not reduce them to a puddle just by looking at them.
Heard. Okay. Hello, my lord.
And you see that as he strides towards Rhiannon, and kind of gestures gently for Chadwyn to follow him, and he says, "A favor done to House Uxelish successfully. Fascinating."
Thank you, my lord. That didn't come through, Siri.
Yeah.
I'm mumbling to myself and worrying that I'm going
okay.
to throw away the mission in one fell swoop, and that this plan is actually going to backfire really bad.
And
I'm still not clear what your plan is, as a player, so...
And
This is going to be great!
Siri, his eyes turn to you. And again, it's comparatively very gentle, how he looks.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right.
we're just going to go for it. As soon as I sense that he's doing it to me, is he doing it to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna full force go for it. So, just every single fucking... Okay, so, number 1, viewpoint. Number 2, trying to do it in the style of the Nightwing. So instead, Siri usually, just pushes her consciousness forward to, get in there. Instead, she's gonna be, trying to scrape, trying to move around, trying to actively dig, as opposed to just, gently, going in there.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the memory version of it, the emotional version of it, just every single thing that she can do at the same time, just trying to get in there so that he understands that she also has this thing. And then also, like, she's not trying to resist it going to her. Like, that's fine. If he gets in there, like, that's chill. I'm just trying to, like, show that I can do it back.
As they make eye contact, I don't
Oh,
fully
shit!
understand.
I fucked up! You shouldn't do this, but I didn't say that! Fuck! Okay, it's fine!
Carry on.
Oh, no!
I'm not throwing a fistful of glass at this man. I'm not. Rhiannon isn't dumb enough to just shotgun a broken mirror at this lord. What happens is as they make eye contact, Rhiannon sort of crouches a little bit low, steps forward, and tosses the broken glass up in the air to try to get it sort of to catch light, and just ostensibly it's meant to look pretty. Like that's the obvious purpose. I don't know what the illusionist is doing with it as a player or a character.
Am
but
I able to sense that the mirror's in the air?
Actually, yeah, because he's gentle.
Great. Thank you so much for doing that, and now and now it's gonna be fine. Keep going.
If trick shot is off cooldown,
It is.
what I'd like to do is part of that like motion of crouching down, throwing it up, twist the wrist and cause the shards to sort of swirl in the air and almost like disco ball reflect light all around.
Ooh, that's really cool. And you know, while you're doing so, Chadwyn, do you have any actions you would like to take, or is he going to be standing just behind the Lord as the Lord is holding Siri in his eyes and Rhiannon is tossing glass up into the air where it catches the beautiful fairy lights of the dance floor?
Chadwyn wants to say something to Siri, but he doesn't know if she's like doing something, you know? Like,
what does he want to say?
He wants to ask her like, is she good? Pretty
But
much, but I don't know like what her character is actually doing.
he does have triple spirit. Mary, what would Chadwyn feel in regards to "Are you good"?
That is excellent. Here's the issue with that is I'm feeling my thoughts, but then also trying to feel that guy's thoughts.
Yeah.
And then also that guy's trying to feel my thoughts.
Yeah.
And so it is a very scrambled jumble of feelings going on.
I would guess it is underlined by a rather dully suppressed sense of panic.
Yes, I think that about sums up panic, desperation.
Yeah.
This is so fun for me. Okay.
So can Chadwyn kind of approach Siri, but I don't want to mess up like the combo you guys are doing is the thing. That's the only thing I'm afraid of.
Join in on the combo. Out of character.
No, I don't have I don't have a combo to add.
What does he want to do?
No, I just want.
Let me put it this way: you have 4 pluses to luck. If you were to outright fuck it, I would give you at least some little warning.
Got it.
Unless
I'm gonna try to
baby.
break.
Let's go.
I want to try to break the like eye contact between Siri and the Nightwing, and like tap her shoulder and be like, Siri, you seem really stressed right now. Is everything okay?
Is he gonna like face in face to like break the the eye contact?
No, just just try and get her attention a little bit. Just off to the side, just subtle a little bit.
And
I'm trying to focus so hard.
and he would see she's being Nightwinged, right? She's being grabbed by the eyes, so he'd have to take more proactive action to break it.
I'm gonna like grab both of her shoulders and like kind of peer into her eyesight. Hey Siri, are you alright?
And
Is everything okay?
And Siri, the place where your 2 minds meet is strange and dark and liminal and feels like a dream. And
Is it like the other thing?
Not like the other thing.
Okay.
And you would hear his voice more directly. A false queen exiled, now a proper queen come. Fascinating.
Can I get an idea of his backstory?
No.
If I really try hard.
This is the equivalent of a 5-year-old throwing their best punch, and the adult being like,
I want to say, for the record, one of my older brothers fully picked up my dad when he was 4 years old.
"Is that Tom?"
Yes.
Yeah, I figured it would be Tom.
So just for the record,
Yeah.
even if I was 5, I could get something.
And actually, you know what? I will give you one thing. I will give you his fucking name. I'll give you his name.
My mic didn't pick it up. Thank God, that was too loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
His name is Nemayak Jasper Skade.
I won't say it out loud, but I just want I want to present it so that he knows that I know it.
And as you say that, he continues to kind of monologue to himself. And then when you kind of bring that up, your voice doesn't sound, but when you bring that up in your mind, he goes, "I know." And then continues to monologue to himself. And then here, a pocket, a missing piece, a deliberately removed memory. What fascinating thing are you hiding from me, Morm? And this is the point where Chadwyn would loom into view in your subliminal mind palace and snap you of it.
Alright, can I just... I hope you're ready to catch me, because I'm gonna fall over.
Chadwyn is probably not super ready to catch you, but he's there.
0 bite, 0 reflex.
And Rhiannon is there and is able to catch you. But more notably, Rhiannon, in the moment before this happens, after you throw it up into the air, you can see that the glass fixes in place and rotates gently in the swirl that you placed it in. And you can see Ethel off to the side, her hands outstretched, her hair like kind of floating around as she tenses every muscle of her body to cast a spell to keep the glass up. And you are muted.
I was muted. Exceptional. Well done.
And this would be the point where you see Siri go to collapse, Chadwyn barely kind of getting a handle on her, but you're also right next to her.
Yeah, if I can, I'll actually reach for her hands if I can.
Yeah, you can.
Because I'm currently in front of her, and just, like, brace myself to stop her from falling.
And he says aloud, "Queens and birthstones, and a Morm who wants nothing, all come to me now, begging." Fascinating. Chadwyn, anything you'd like to do because you are bearing much of Siri's weight?
I guess is Siri like limp?
Kinda.
Oh,
I
jeez.
threw everything I fucking had at that man.
I'll try it. I guess I'll just lay her down. Like hold her head maybe.
And as you do so and kind of lay her down, hold her head, you hear as Sheila comes rushing over, says, "Is everything all right?"
I think we might need medical attention.
Medical attention is here. What medical can be attended to? Cut? Nope. Bruise? Nope. Oh, that's about the limit of my medical knowledge. She says,
Can I be like, at least crisscross applesauce?
"Yeah, sure. You can crisscross your legs. You can also speak."
I have a question, Robbie.
Yeah.
The duster provides protection from mental effects.
It does.
Specifically hostile ones.
Mm-hmm.
But given the esoteric nature of this exchange, can I wrap the duster around Siri's shoulders and give her a bit of mental fortitude
That's a brilliant
to help
idea.
her come back?
And as you place your duster around her, Siri would feel clarity return. And she would see that Lord Skade is looking down to her. And he would say, "Morm Queen, what are you hiding?"
I don't remember.
That's actually true.
Ingenious. He says, so allow me to spell this out. The Morum who wants for nothing has charmed a birthstone from one of my servants. The Morum who has faced tragedy and still smiles has earned a birthstone through great service to a house. And now a Morum queen, accompanied by Morum beggars of her land, having traveled long, lays at my feet, having challenged me in my own domain.
Are you intrigued?
He laughs.
We have much to discuss.
And you feel your Enclave badges ping.
Yeah. I'm so happy I bought one of those, by the way. It's on my purse. I carry it with me everywhere.
Final actions. We will begin with Rhiannon. And final actions does not have to end with ping out if you want to chill for a bit, but that is entirely up to you. We will just address that will be an off-screen implicit thing.
Yeah, I mean, my lady turned into a bird and dipped, so...
She do be doing that, yeah.
She do be doing that. I think mostly I just want to stick close to Siri and help her if she needs it. And she can wear the duster as long as she needs to recuperate mentals.
Yep. Oh, and
but I don't have any ambitions at the moment.
As a brief final note, Ethel did lose control of the glass after a couple seconds, and Lord Skade literally just grabbed each piece out of the air. So, like, even though they would have fallen upon Siri, he will not let them touch the ground.
Bro's got like a +8 to
insane
to skill.
Their dexterity is insane. Chadwyn, final actions from you.
Siri, are you alright? You mind if I go grab my boots and my backpack? Are you still laying on the ground?
You want? Actually, no, I can't do magic. Yeah, just go.
Okay, I'll be right back. He's gonna run, put his shoes on real quick, put his backpack on.
Awkwardly in like the middle of the dance floor, like completely interrupting everyone.
He's gonna go off to the side, like next to the wall. He's gonna grab his waystone, which is like chalk, and he's just gonna write, kind of really tiny. Chadwyn was here. It's probably gonna get erased, but.
Awesome. And Siri. Oh yeah, pardon, Chadwyn. Finish up your final.
No, go ahead. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Will he linger or will he ping out?
He wants to linger for a little bit.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
And Siri, I'm guessing you will be lingering.
Not for a bit. Oh! Yeah, I probably should, huh? Politically advantageous for me to actually be here to talk to this guy. Yeah, I guess I'll turn to Ethel and be like, can I join your group for a bit?
What do you mean? Like, a seeker?
I don't know. I just...
Yes, of course. She hugs you and says, of course, we'd be honored.
Maybe we could teleport back instead of walking.
I'm going to try with the queen at my side, I shall not rest until I find a way to teleport us back. And
you might need this back when you port it back, and she'll take the duster and hand it to her, and I'll...
Yeah, and passing it back over to Rhiannon.
Thank you.
You would hear Dame Sheila as she claps Chadwyn and Rhiannon on the backs simultaneously, thunk, and would say, "To the end of my days, I will not understand where you come from, the Enclave. I will never understand how you show up at the most perfect of times, exactly when you need us, and do exactly what we need you without a word being spared. And never will I reach the depths of my gratitude for it. I don't have a castle. I don't have a manor. I have a cruddy bungalow in the capital. But if you're in the capital, stop by and I'll try my best to cook you dinner, and I hope I don't burn it."
There's an office in Enclave you can just go through.
I'd love a homemade meal. I might take you up on that.
I doubt you'd love my cooking, but at least you'd appreciate it, I hope.
I think I would.
And on that note, we will end Seekers of the Sun. Whew.
Woo!
Yeah.
Good job, you guys.
All right. Now I know Avalon's got to go immediately, so I will be as
No,
fast
I
as
do.
I
I do
can.
have a bit of time. It's okay.
Okay.
I just meant that I couldn't keep going till 11
Oh, don't worry.
midnight,
Yeah, I
whatever.
got you. Yep.
I needed to stop at some point during today.
Yes. Do you guys have questions for me about calls that I made or the plot of the mission? Because I know there was a lot of
What?
weird insinuations and strange things and things happening behind the scenes. So yeah, fire away.
Why did Captain say that he knew you would say that the guy's name was the guy's name?
Huh?
In the chat, Captain said I knew that was gonna be that guy's name.
Because he heard the stone description.
Why does he know it?
Because Jasper is not particularly rare.
Like in real life.
Yeah. Like...
My interpretation was that Captain knew the guy.
No, he did not. That would have been funny, though. But no, Alex just had a good idea of what I was going for. Other questions about the plot of the mission or calls that I made? Awesome. I'm so glad this mission, of all frickin' things, didn't have too many questionable calls, because there was a lot of shit going on. You guys did beautifully. Beautifully. Did precisely
job,
what I
guys.
hoped. God, where to even start? I guess we'll start with Siri. So Siri not only was our hook into the world building and helped organize the Seekers, keep among them, play kind of mid-party between the two others, but also her prepping and trying to figure out how to make the connection at the very end was great. Challenging him in his own domain after your teammates had set up some amount of interest and connection was exactly right. If you had led with that, they would have just been like, abso-fucking-lutely not, and that would have not gone anywhere. But well-timed, well-positioned, great social. She contributed enormously to the tone of the mission, as she always does. And I'm very glad she was on it. Beautifully done.
Can I ask something about
Yeah.
something that Siri did?
Yeah.
What was the memory that she bounced in her hat, and what was the importance of it? Because it sounded like it was really important, but I don't understand
So
what
it was the
Yeah.
same thing that you guys had, but maybe with a slightly more information. Siri, when she got the mission statement, immediately went to the king to ask him information about the symbol and the prophecies. Knowing that she had a bit more information and knowing that these guys were probably gonna rake over our minds a whole fucking lot, she decided to just put it in the hat so that when they did that, nothing would come up.
Yep, because that
Okay,
symbol revealing that was what made the last Nightwing go batshit with Bruletta. And so one of the things you guys did great is at no point was any Seeker scanned by a Nightwing except at the very end, Ethel for a brief moment. And so you guys did a good job of keeping sparing the Seeker's Nightwing interrogation.
Woo!
And also another note from Siri: the entire memory storage thing was not only sick, but that's the sort of thing that makes Nightwing very curious. They're like, "Ooh, what are you hiding? I want to know now."
You're hiding something from me? I didn't know you knew how to do that.
Precisely, yeah. And so that was the thing that when you locked it, when you tried to mind palace him, he was like, "Oh, haha, very funny. Ooh, what's this? This is cool." So it was a great setup. I liked that a lot. And it was fun getting to see Tallow do stuff. That was very cute. I liked that entire sequence.
What did he think of it?
Tallow?
Yeah.
Tallow will now take this secret to his grave. He is now infused with a knowledge that has been hidden away from others' minds. And you were bang on the fucking money that there's not a single chance that a Nightwing would ever do that trick on an animal. They are too scared of animals. They have no interest in animals, which is great.
I definitely see the fear, but I also I assumed that they would just think the animal was so far beneath them.
It's an interesting kind of
It'd be like
midlife.
asking the rocks what they've seen.
That is part of it, but imagine if the rocks actively hated your guts. Like that. Like, God, this grass really wants me dead. Fuck. Like, that's
I've had
I am thrilled with how you played Chadwyn on this mission. He did exactly what I wanted him to do, and it worked exactly the way I hoped it would. Because
Perfect.
as you picked up,
You committed to the bit
Yeah.
better than like anyone I've ever seen. That was so good.
Amazing.
Really?
You had
Amazing.
all of this intense like courtly bullshit. No, I don't mean that as a diminutive thing. It's just
No, I
No,
don't
of
think it
course.
as
my
that.
vocabulary.
Of course.
You had all this courtly intrigues and all this like high, language, whatever, and you just roll up like, just it was so good. It was incredible.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You brought a lot of levity, but also just variety
Mhm.
that I deeply, deeply appreciated.
And
a joy.
On
Thank
top
you.
of that, you quickly picked up what the Nightwing liked about Chadwyn. That was great. And as you got towards the end with the bit of humans dance so guilelessly, that's what they loved about Chadwyn. Like, he wasn't
Yeah.
he wasn't lesser than other humans. He's just a human, but he's guileless, and they're like, oh, guy.
Yeah,
I like him."
Chadwyn like understands that in his bones, but his intelligence is just so low that like he doesn't actually understand it. He just like it's like his stats are so high, but he
feels it. Yeah.
yeah,
he
exactly.
feels
He
it.
just feels it.
I thought it was great. You played it perfectly. You used his kit really well. The familiar face on a guard to get in
Thank
was
you.
pretty much what you needed to do. Like, let's be
Yeah.
honest. It would have been just getting into the place was something the Seekers wouldn't be able to do without you guys. So just Chadwyn was pivotal at every step of the mission. You got a birthstone. Like, them giving out birthstones is something they only do to humans that they are like, this is something that your line will cherish. You know? In their world, that's like the best thing a human can get. But you guys are just like, oh, that's pretty cool. And so that made them more curious. They're like, wow, what the shit?
Yeah,
These
yeah.
humans, like, barely care. They're, like, being polite about it, but they barely care. God, what does this mean? I'm curious. So he did a perfect job being intriguing, which is what I hoped.
Perfect.
And you did beautifully. You did a great job getting distracted. Yes, yeah, perfect Chadwyn play. I hope it felt fun. What did it feel like playing Chadwyn on this one?
It was so fun. It was challenging. Like he was challenged almost like philosophically. I don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it. He wants to stay behind to like ask them questions, but it was I didn't want to be so I didn't want to go off on tangents for so long that it would like take away from the whole party.
It's very graceful. of you.
But
But he can definitely
but-
linger. He can linger for sure.
yeah, but Chadwyn is just like he's gonna do his own thing. So
Sure. That's awesome. I'm glad.
that was
I'm-
really fun.
I'm glad it was
really
really
fun, yeah.
engaging for you because you did great.
Thank you.
I genuinely think that Chadwyn is the character on the entirety of our Discord server right now who could have played this role best. Like, I don't think a single other character could have done what he did in this way on this mission. So
I think his personality kind of cheats him like extra will, to be honest.
it kind of does.
Or
It-
is it-
like, in this
It's
context.
kind of broken.
Yeah. A personality win is very, very legit on social missions. And this was an intensely, almost solely social mission. And that's just how social missions go. And lastly, Rhiannon. God, I love this character so much. She has such a combination of dignity and poise and humility. She's just a very believable person. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think that between Siri, and Chadwyn, they could not be more different in so many ways, and yet they complemented each other very nicely.
It's kind of a rock paper scissors sitch.
It really is. Yeah.
Actually, they're so different.
Yeah. I liked her interactions with her teammates. I really liked her interactions with some of the Seekers, but best of all was getting to see you talk with Nightwing again. You did a brilliant job remembering the mission we played like fucking 9 months ago or whatever it was. And
No, it really was more than a year ago.
yeah.
And I only know this because rather than mission titles, which would have been useful and evocative, I wrote the dates of the missions Rhiannon was on.
I often
And it
do
was
both.
April of last year that we played that mission.
April of fucking yeah, so over a year. And you
14
remembered
months
it.
ago.
You remember
Yeah.
it. And I hope it's I don't know what it felt like for you. For me, it felt like you were putting on a glove. It was so natural how well you did with the Nightwing interactions, which was what I wanted from her. And you even found there was a lot of ways you like this squad could have gone about this mission, of course. but you even found the thing that I had built into the mission, hoping that we'd get to see some gunslinger abilities applied to something different. We even got that. And it was all down to you doing that mirror toss. Because she was immediately like, oh, that's not a human thing to do. Great.
Yeah.
You want to help me win a bet? Like,
I was surprised that you were just like, hey, I'm going to pull out a party game. Go win this party game to earn my favor. And I was like,
yeah.
You son of a bitch, I'm in.
I modeled them very much around Edwardian era courts. With a lot of extra stuff, and games were huge in courts.
Oh yeah, they love their novelty.
They love
so much
games, and especially since the Nightwing are creatures of immense dexterity and intelligence, and love reading each other and are super competitive. Oh god, this is perfect game for them. And so, and you actually played the game well. You just like did a good job, and even baited him into making inadvisable decisions. Fucking great. That was really well done. I loved it. I didn't have to give you any help. You just did that well. So, and then on top of all of that, being there for social support at the very end was great. So, like, each of these characters had a very distinct, different trajectory on this mission that all converged at the very end to have, like, the perfect convergence of intrigue to get the eerie executor to tap in. The last thing I'd like to ask you guys, well, a couple things. One, how did you enjoy the Nightwing? This is a long-established piece of world building that I'd love to hear your opinions on.
I love the Nightwing. I want to just spend all my time with them. I find the dichotomy of them being, like, almost not fanatically like it's a religion, but like they're so intensely stoic and so intensely artistic. And that's a really interesting dichotomy. They dance technically perfect. They make technically perfect art. But it's like they're mimicking it. It's not like they're creating new
Exactly
things.
right. They don't
And
have
that's
soul,
so
to
intriguing.
speak. And that's why they love humans. Because humans have soul. Even though that humans are imperfect, the imperfection is what makes it special to them. So you picked that up perfectly. I'm so glad. Do you guys have other thoughts or questions about the Nightwing briefly, if any? Norse.
How? Oh, yeah. I do actually.
Yeah.
How common are these like tree mansions?
There's not a lot of them, but there's several.
Okay.
There'd be like a dozen.
Okay.
The Eries are big power centers for them.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, did you have a thing?
Not about Nightwings.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What was your follow-up then, Avalon?
I was just gonna I was gonna say, so it'd be like the equivalent of like castles in medieval Europe, like with walls and stones and all that, you know, like proper castles.
Similar, but like a common castle. You know what I mean? Like, even though they have an executor, no one like technically owns it. And Mary, what was your other thing?
And we all go around in a circle and give each other compliments.
Yes, I was about to get to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Siri, what did you think of these two? I think it's your first time seeing these characters. It may be.
Yes, it is. It's crazy. Because I've heard people toss around these names because I've heard Chadwyn's name, and then I also have heard. Because I keep getting it confused with Renal, and it's not Renal. Renal, I think, is dead.
Which
I always see it, and I'm like, I thought they were dead.
Yeah, Rhiannon, of course.
Rhiannon. But yeah, absolutely incredible. First of all, both of you guys did character voices, and I can do one character voice, and it's for Ivania, and Siri doesn't have one. So I
What does she sound like?
love it. It's always so cool when people do that. Chadwyn was incredible. Chadwyn is what I want Siri to be eventually. Which is just look at people, get vibes. Super admire that. I love like his whole freaking thing, and I like the back and forth of like the development of Siri respecting him was fun.
Thank you.
And then for
Rhiannon.
Rhiannon. Oh my
I
freaking
just want to
god!
call her Rhi. I'm fine with that too.
No problem.
Okay.
That's completely fine. It's not an easy name.
Yeah, your like effortless one memory that's just for you as a person was crazy.
Nailed it.
And then
Nope,
also,
it's real bad. I looked up a lot of stuff while we were going.
you remember to look it up, and that's a big thing. But also your interactions with everybody, I thought was so sweet. The way that you were a very supportive character. Even to the Nightwing, you were kind of being supportive when you were like talking about like their daughter passing and or sister or whoever it was, like all this stuff. It was really, really cool.
Yeah, I fully agree. Rhiannon
you.
is a wonderful social support gunslinger in many ways. Not always, but she often does that. Yeah.
On the last mission she had with the Nightwings, it was the second mission I'd ever played in Enclave, but also with Rhiannon. I went the entire session without using a single ability, not a one. It was so much fun. It was awesome.
And
just
she
like
nailed it.
3.5 hours straight of just juicy roleplay. It was delightful.
Chase and Avalon, do you guys have thoughts about these newly seen characters of each other?
I feel like I already mentioned it earlier. I absolutely adore both of you as players, but Chase, you being able to commit to the bit of character name.
Chadwyn.
Thank you, Chadwyn. You being able to commit to the bit of Chadwyn so well when there are so many reasons to drop it, exceptional. I have a hell of a time doing that with any character type. It's so hard. I actually didn't even do it with Rhiannon because in her original like incarnation or interpretation, I wanted her to be a lot more like rough around the edges and a lot more bristly because of the backstory that she has in the world she came from. That has not stuck. And she's morphed into something else, and I'm happy with what she is now. But I just mean that it takes a lot of strength to be able to hold your idea and push through with it.
Yep.
And I really, really respect that.
Fully agree.
Similarly, Mary, you with Siri, you being able to be like, no, this is a bad idea. This is a terrible idea. I, as a player, no, this is a bad idea. And still just following, primo. Excellent player work there. Because again, that does take a lot of strength. It's really, really hard to look at your character and be like, I'm making a bad decision. Well, they're making a bad decision, and I have to follow through with what happens.
Yeah,
And I
do that a bit
that.
too much. I did that too much, and I got one of Detour's characters killed. So
Whoops!
with a different character, I committed to the bit too hard.
It was very in character. It was completely in character, though. Like, I trapped you with that. That was my fault.
It was too good.
I mean,
Science
you could
grammar
say
got
that
me.
there was no detour away from those actions.
It's true. Chase, any thoughts from you?
Yeah. Mary, I thought, well, for both of you, I liked how you guys both kind of beat the Nightwings at their own game in like different ways. I thought that was really cool, and both of you are obviously so different, but like, Siri was to Chadwyn. Siri was like an older sister, and like Avalon was just like the businesswoman. Like she was just like doing her own thing, like on the money, like no distractions.
Yeah, Rhiannon's just getting business done.
Yeah. I think you guys played your characters really well, and I liked meeting him.
Marvelous.
Thanks.
My final question to you guys before we sign off. We obviously didn't get a ton of chance to see the Seekers themselves on this one, but you got a little bit of a taste of a little bit of characterization. Given that Seekers of the Sun is now coming to a close, we've gone through so much with these characters and this storyline. If you had to say, what did it feel like coming in at the very end and having all of these other chapters having happened before and just coming into this last part? Did it feel natural? Did it feel like a standard Enclave mission, or did it make you approach it substantively differently?
I feel like it felt like a pretty standard Enclave mission to me.
Excellent.
I feel like the core of every Enclave mission is that we as the agents are coming in the middle of the story because we're being brought in to solve a problem, which means there has to be an extant problem for us to solve. And I think in that way, it still was very, very typical
Good.
of an Enclave mission. Of course, there was the extra elements of the ongoing story, and Siri being able to pull into that was really helpful in that. So, yeah, it felt like a standard Enclave mission. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Like, see footnotes 1 through 6. But yeah, it's a good time.
How did it feel for you, Chase?
I think it felt like a normal mission. I watched 4, or I watched kind of half of 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so knowing what happens before, and I guess if I were to play like 3 or 4, I think it'd be so fun to like see what happens before and then see what happens after, and like now your character, instead of just having one mission and you don't get to see the past or the future of like what happens in that world, being able to like know what happens after your character kind of made an impact on a storyline, I think is really rewarding, and I think it's cool.
Yeah, that's the goal for sure. Mary was on 2 chapters, both chapter 2 and this one 5, as different characters. I know that playing those different characters would have made the experience very different, but did you have any thoughts on this? What it's been like being part of this long form thing?
It was so much pressure, dude. Normal Enclave mission, if I fuck up, that's okay. It's one and done. It would impact everything. And not only, especially this one in particular, because now I have a character inhabiting the world that all of this has been leading up to and is going to be very relevant. Like, I think Captain and Robbie were picking people to do it, and they messaged me, or Captain specifically was like, hey, do you want to do this? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to fuck it up. And he's like, okay, if it's going to be too much pressure, it's not going to be fun. I'm like, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It's going to be great. But yeah, like, it was very different. Chapter 2 felt more like a standard Enclave mission. I think part of it because it was early on. I think as the chapters progressed, it became more of a thing. Like Chapter 1, that's just a normal Enclave mission. Chapter 2, okay, we're having a little sequel. By the end of it, this has been in-game 6 months. There's been this, there's been the mixer that we had. There's also like a second arc that was Bruletta's like little character arc thing that we did. Like there's so much going into this finale. Like it felt like a lot, and I didn't want to fuck it up.
Well, you guys did.
And we didn't. It's fine.
You did a great job of not fucking it up. Now, the name that I was gonna go with for this chapter, because you just can call it, Seekers of the Sun, Chapter 5. But then I like giving the chapter a name as well, because it's fun. The basic bitch one I had was the Nightwing Court, but I see in chat that Avalon has put a fantastic name of Nightwing in it. And I think that's got to be the one we do. That's really good. That's really good.
I'm an influence.
You certainly are. And with that, I think we come to the end of Seekers. We'll do our sign-off. So in the same order we signed on, which I think was Chase, Mary, Avalon. That sounds right. You can say whatever goodbyes you'd like to give, and then we will wrap up.
Goodbye. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on Seekers of the Sun.
Absolutely. I'm
Hey,
so
everyone.
glad we finally got to get you on a recorded mission, Chase.
Me too.
And Nitty.
I'm Mary Man. I'm gonna go to bed.
And Leslie.
I'm Avalon, and this has been Enclave. Play Enclave. Find us on Etsy. Buy things. Tell them I sent you.
Thank you so much for saying so. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you to everyone who has been watching this, obviously participating in Seekers of the Sun, and more broadly, for those of you who have caught the entirety of the saga, I hope you've enjoyed. And until next time, my name is Robbie Howell, and ciao for now.